An empty auditorium, a deserted stage. Theatres and music venues are dark throughout the country. This is where we are, although a cautious beginning has been made. I'm Francis Mallon, welcoming you to the Crescent Theatre in the heart of one of Birmingham's entertainment districts. The Crescent Theatre is run by volunteers. It's a community theatre. And while we are a registered charity, we don't get any funding from the Arts Council or other bodies, so we're totally dependent upon ticket sales and lettings to visiting companies. So the COVID crisis has hit us particularly hard. And welcome to this very special online event, Folkin Digital, a virtual festival of acoustic music. Our theatre has needed to think of different ways to generate income, and this is one of those. The event is free, but donations, however small, will be gratefully received. There's a link in the description below to our PayPal fundraising account, and any donations made today will be shared 50-50 between the Crescent's fundraising drive and all the artists taking part. But only today. From tomorrow, the account will only be for the Crescent fundraising. So if you want to support the musicians, donate today, please. We're fortunate to have an incredible lineup for your entertainment, and all the artists you'll see have appeared on one of the Crescent's 3 stages sometime during the last 10 years. So sit back and enjoy what I know is going to be a feast of acoustic music. We begin with a never-before-seen set recorded remotely during lockdown from a wonderful band led by Sally Minchin on violin and vocals and Andy Bowl on guitar. Their music gets its inspiration from the Hot Club de France and the legacy of Django Reinhardt and Stefan Grappelli. Simon Smith on bass, Rich Hughes on piano and Steve Street on drums make up our explosive act, the wonderful Fret and Fiddle.
Hi everyone, we're Fret and Fiddle. We're going to start off as a duo and play some songs for you, just the 2 of us together, and then the rest of the band are going to join in later on. This first number is Sweet Georgia Brown. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that was a rousing start with Sweet Georgia Brown. And here follows another duo, an old favourite of ours, I've Found a New Baby. 1, 2, 1. Here's a lovely summery song about a flower called honeysuckle. This is the honeysuckle rose. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, we're going to share with you our first ever virtual video that we've made together in separate homes since the lockdown. We made this number very, very early on, and it's our very, very first attempt of doing a project like this. We've all had to adapt very quickly and learn a lot of new skills. We've certainly all got much, much better with technology. I hope you enjoy our very first ever version of Take the A Train.
You must take the A train if you want to go to Harlem. Come on and take the A train. You'll find the quickest way to get to Harlem.
Hi everyone, I've got Andy here with me now and we're going to play music from A Found Harmonium, originally written by the Penguin Cafe Orchestra. This is a great foot tapping tune, I'm sure you're going to love it. If you do, have a look on Bandcamp for our album Je Tendre and it's available for digital download from there. is going to be a medley of 3 folk tunes. The first one, an English hornpipe called Fisher's Hornpipe. The next one is Old Joe Clark and a traditional American tune. And the final one, also American, is Boil Them Cabbage Down, which is better known in this band as the Hoedown, because we can never remember how to say the words. But anyway, here it is. Hope you like it. So now we're going to play our version of Chocolate Jesus, the song by Tom Waits, and this is especially for our biggest fans, Pat and Vern, who ask for this number every single time they come to watch us play. So this is for you, Pat and Vern, Chocolate Jesus. Hope you enjoy. Church on Sunday, I don't get on my knees to pray, don't memorize the books of the Bible, I've got my own special way. Yeah, I know that Jesus loves me, maybe just a little bit more. I fall down on my knees every Sunday at the Welderly's candy store.
Well, there's got to be a chocolate Jesus. Makes me feel good inside. There's got to be a chocolate Jesus keeping me satisfied. Well, I don't want no Abba Zaba. I don't want no almond joy. There ain't nothing better that's suitable for me, boy. Well, the only thing that can pick me up better than a cup of gold, see, only a chocolate Jesus can satisfy my soul. It's whiskey in the shade. It's time to wrap your savior up in cellophane. He flows like the Big Muddy, but that's okay. Pour him over ice cream for a nice buffet. There's got to be a chocolate Jesus. Makes me feel good inside.
Now we're going to play a gypsy piece for you. This one's a very, very famous piece called Shodash by an Italian composer, Vittorio Monti. Hope you enjoy. Well, I hope you really enjoyed that rousing foot tapping tune, Shardash. I think I've been playing that since I was about 16 years old, so it's been in my repertoire for a very, very long time. Next we're going to change the mood a little and play a blues song for you called I'm Ready. This tune was written in 1953 by Willie Dixon and was made very famous the year later by Muddy Waters. Since then it's been covered by a plethora of musicians, and we really hope you enjoy our version that's coming up now.
like I ain't nowhere. But baby, stop what you're doing. Come over here. I'll prove to you, babe, that I ain't no swag. 'Cause I'm ready. Ready as anybody can be. I am ready for you. I hope that you're ready for me. Before. I feel so good, I want you to know. One more drink, I wish you would. Takes a whole lot of loving to make me feel good. 'Cause I'm ready, ready as anybody can be. I am ready for you, I hope that you're ready for me. For you, I hope that you're ready for me.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to play Riding the Rails, our train song. Do feel free to join in at home with the woo, so when I play violin and sing, woo, join in at the beginning and at the end. Hope you enjoy. Yeehaw. I'm going by the whistle wails, and that's why I'm riding the rails. Hoboken, New York, PA, 60 seconds is all I'll stay. Keeps me out of the county jails, and that's why I'm riding the rails. Oh, leave Kentucky and the fields of Alabama, rooming with a box of nails or peanuts and yams. Got no next of kin, and there's no one in my will. The only thing I'm scared of is standing still. I'll ride till I'm dead. Boxcar's my only bed. That's home when all else fails, and that's why I'm riding the rails. Billy and his brothers Ned and Slim. 9 years back in Provo was the last I saw of them. Brakeman, leave me be, let this hobo rest his bones. Sleep will overtake me when that diesel moans. This country's long and wide, that Santa Fe's my bride. I'll hop her when she sails, that's why I'm riding the rails. I'm riding, I'm sliding, I won't last too long. Got a bandana and a whistle for a song. There ain't no wheels on the floor of a jail, that's why I'm riding the rails. That's why I'm riding those rails. That's why I'm riding the rails. Everyone who's joined us to watch our virtual concert, the first time that we've ever taken on a project like this. We want to thank the Crescent Theatre for inviting us to join, and we wish them all the very best for the future. We hope that very soon, one day, we will be able to see you all face to face and welcome you back, and any new people who haven't met us before, please do come along when we start gigging again out in the real world, as opposed to the virtual world. We hope that wherever you are and whatever you're doing, that you keep safe and well.
Wow. Thank you, Sally, Andy, and all the band that make up Fret and Fiddle for getting us off to such a superb start. It was really wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, a little bit of a story to kick off here. Some years ago, we were visited by an award-winning band here at the Crescent called Heg and the Wolf Chorus. They did an amazing production of their show called Raising the Fires, and I brought along their CD of that here with me. It was a wonderful show because it combined music and theatre, drama, poetry, storytelling in a wonderfully entertaining way, and there were some shocks and surprises along the way. There were stories of giants and witches and all sorts of magical things, and we were delighted to have them. sadly, the Wolf Chorus have not been able to rehearse during the lockdown, but the leader, Heg Brignall, has teamed up with singing partner Julu Irvine, and earlier this year they produced this single, which is called Gather, and we've provided links below in the description to all the websites of the artists, and if you are interested in any of their material, any of the merchandise or their CDs, you'll be able to go on their websites and purchase it that way. But also don't forget to donate to us today. The proceeds will be split 50-50 between the Crescent's fundraising and the artists taking part. There's a PayPal link just below in the description. It's very easy to make a donation, and it doesn't matter, whatever you can afford, however small, will be gratefully received. So now it's a heart in the mouth moment, as we hopefully will be going live to the beautiful county of Devon to link up with Julu Irvine and Heg Brignall. Hey! Hello! How nice to see you. Right. I hope you're feeling well and we're able to see some of the last act. Don't know if you did that.
It was great. Really
yeah,
good.
wasn't it super?
Yeah.
That's great. Well, you're looking very well, and it's great to have you along. I guess you're looking forward to now into next year before you'll start doing live gigs again. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
We've got a couple booked in the autumn, tentatively, but we'll see what happens with those. But 2021's looking busy, so we're kind of really gearing towards that.
Well, that's great. I'm really looking forward to the day that I will be able to come and see you live and in the flesh. But it's great to have you here in the digital world today, and I'm looking forward immensely to hearing what you've got to play for us. So it's over to you for the next set, Julu Irvine and Heg Brignall.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Hi. Well, this is a new thing for us. We've never done this before. Slightly, strangely nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I know, it does feel a bit nerve-wracking, even though we just sat in our living room.
I know. Suddenly, a window to the world
Yeah.
is peering in.
Yeah.
We've got a set of songs tonight that are both traditional and original, and mostly stuff we've been playing earlier on this year and last year, and a couple of new things.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with an a cappella tune called 10,000 Miles.
Through rain of spring, my own true love, through winters bare and cold, if I should leave, then I'll return. If I go 10,000 miles, 10,000 miles, my own true love, 10,000 miles or more, and the rocks may melt and the seas may burn, if I no more return. Oh, don't you see the pretty dove sitting on yon ivy tree? She's singing for her own true love, as I shall sing for thee. Oh, I'll come back, my own true love, and spend my life with thee. For one true love I'll have on earth. You've been a friend to me. Through rain of spring, my own true love, through winters bare and cold, if I should leave, then I'll return. If I go 10,000 miles, if I go 10,000 miles.
What a weird thing! to end a song. Hopefully you're clapping from your living room.
Yeah, and hopefully it's all coming through okay.
not throwing fruit at your screen. It's a delight to be here. We've taken we've taken lockdown to kind of recover from what was a major burnout, and we're just creeping back out and feeling energised and creative again, and working on some new songs, which is super exciting.
Yeah, our album recording unfortunately got delayed because of lockdown as well, so we're just busy. We're maybe getting some new material together to go on that as well, so that might be a bit different, but hopefully we'll get that sorted by the end of the year.
Yeah, we're going to be recording with Lucas Drinkwater. We've already, as Francis mentioned, we recorded a single with him called Gather, which we released in lockdown, and the album we hope to release in person at some kind of big folk rave.
Yeah, those things happen all the time. Yeah, those are ravers. So we're going to play a song now that's one of our own songs. Heg and I have got a bit of a theme where we like to address the balance in folk music and try and give the women a bit of a better time. We find that sometimes folk songs can be a little bit sort of degrading or a bit sad for women.
Yeah, lots of drowning and
death and sadness. So we wrote this song about a woman called Mary, and Mary found herself in a classic folk predicament, married to a Kaddish prince, and this is a story of how Mary found herself to be there and how Mary managed to escape. Yes. So this is called Mary.
All the sun, it rose up one cold summer morning, the faint heart of Our Lady of Love. And there in the town was a prince in his finery, the face of the brave, heart of a fool. No maiden treads lightly, carrying such burden. The darling bud blossom, that face is the dawn. And there in the street, our young Mary stepped out, and the bow of the Cupid did ring out the day. Now our young prince was true, but his eyes were roving, and Mary's tight corset did lift up his gown. Without thinking twice, he jumped down to our Mary, he took both her hands and stole her heart. Right, Mary, no, your mother is right downstairs. And the birds in the sky, they say, fly away now, Mary. The virtue once lost will never return. Now, hour after hour, our young prince with flowers and blossoms and sweetest delights, with trinkets of love or a false sentiment. What was on Mary's virtue, our prince had his eye. Now at first it did seem that our young prince was truthful, safely enveloped in sweet Mary's love. The kind it did pass, and his eyes began roving. The taste of another seemed sweeter than wine. And the men in the streets they cried, Mary, no, your mother is right downstairs. And the birds in the sky, they say, fly away now, Mary. Your virtue once lost will never return. One night Mary woke, disturbed from her slumber, to find the bed cold where her prince should have been. Fed up with his roving, she dressed in his clothing and ordered the servants his carriage to prepare. And when the prince he returned, thought of bringing quite Mary to a cold empty house, not a candle alight. She robbed him of coin, his horses and household, saying, foolish the man to cross Mary Road. And the men in the streets they cried, Mary no, and Valerie's crying downstairs. And the birds in the sky they say, fly away now, Mary, your virtue once lost will never return.
Something so strange about hearing silence. It's like we're pretending. We're just pretending. to do it.
Should we give each other a clap?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
well done.
So we've been working on some new songs, and this is an old song that we've revived, and it's all about feeling a bit lost, and it kind of how you find your sense of home when you're feeling lost. It touches upon kind of feeling really down and mental health and finding your way and finding something safe and stable when you're not feeling that safe and stable. So this is called Home. This is its first outing.
It certainly is.
I have wandered a long way from home. I have wandered along the way. Well, there are many, many ways to cross, many ways to fall. I will choose my letters carefully. Every T will have a tale to tell. If I turn the wrong way, then I rest gently on your knee. Let's tread the worn path down to the sea. Oh, what is home when you're already home, and when the birds don't hum, like in the garden that you know. Flies follow down over rivers, looking for a sign in the land, following the warmth found in others, never looking down, waiting to be found. I have wandered a long way from home. I hid beneath the bed, imagined monsters on the walls. Leaves me in the shadows. Can you turn the lights on, please? Let's tread the world path down to the sea. Oh, what is home when you're already home, and when the birds don't hum, like in the garden that you know. Flies follow down over rivers, looking for a sign in the land, following the warmth found in others, never looking down, waiting to be found. fun.
Oh, we were having a conversation with Julie's mum about coming back to playing and doing a performance, and we were sort of thinking, God, we're not gonna have any banter, because we've just literally sat in our house for kind of 4 months watching telly and going, oh, what's happening to the world? And she said, you know what, I just cut the crap and put an extra song in.
I'd be interested to know how everyone else feels about that.
Yeah.
Is it worth taking time to work on the banter, or do people just want us to cut the crap and put a song in?
Maybe tell us, come and see us on our Facebook page and let us know whether our banter was good or whether we should cut the crap.
Oh God, no. Don't do that. You might never play again.
Be gentle with us. We're emerging from imagination.
Okay, so we've got another a cappella song now. And this is a song called Blood and Gold. It was one of our favourite a cappella songs to sing. It's on our first EP.
Yeah.
And it is a song that was covered by the Silly Sisters, which is the version that we, I think, both heard. But the tune is a traditional tune collected by Bella Bartok, and the words were put to it by Andy Irvin. And this is a song called Blood and Gold.
On a rising captain and 300 sergeant lads,
Out of the morning mist and through the silent snow,
whistling anyways, the captain at their head.
behind him soldier boy sadly weeping go. For when you took my gold and swore to follow me, you sold away your lives and your liberty. No more you'll till the soil, no more you'll work the land, no more to the dance you'll go and take girls by the hand. Oh, mother, weep for your son. He is gone to kill and die. You'll reap, you'll die by the keen edge of the sword, all along by the muddy Danube shore. He gave the order for the drummers to beat their drums, the smothers of my clothes, the life a soldier lives. Unfurl your ragged banners, embrace your pale young face. You'll all die of the fire, there'll be no hiding place. Oh, mother, hear the drum beat in the village square. Oh, mother, that drum's for me to go for a soldier there. Mothers, sisters, wives, weep for us. Mothers, care, we die alone.
Just before we came on on stage today, we had to cut down every single tomato plant that we own, because we woke up this morning and found that there was blight in all of them. So we're feeling a little bit melancholy today.
It's a sad day for the tomato
It's a really
plants.
sad day. We had about 10 thriving tomato plants laden with fruit, and they all had blight this morning.
Well, it was such a success story as well, because we started with none, and then our lovely neighbours who live in our little community gave us, first we acquired 1, then we acquired 5, and then we acquired another 4. So we had this forest of tomato plants in our garden, and
Unbelievably impressive.
I think we got maybe 6 tomatoes that were salvageable.
Oh God, I can't even think about it. I said to Heg, you're just going to have to go outside and cut them all down now. I was like, I'll make coffee, I can't even bear to watch.
Yeah, it was a massacre.
It was a massacre. There were our little green bags out there. Very sad story.
We were hoping we'd have some animal friends with us today, but they've all decided they don't like amplified music at all. In
Not
fact, if Julia even so much as looks at her guitar, our cat goes.
Yeah, she runs off, and the dog gets really confused because she can hear our voices coming from lots of different places.
Yeah.
So she went and hid in the shed earlier, didn't she?
She did.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
Hopefully it wasn't the singing. Okay, we're going to do a cover now, and it's a favourite song of ours. And last year, back when music was real in person, we were lucky enough to perform it at Green Man at festival at the same time as the writer was also playing it. And it's called Bee's Wing.
Who's the writer?
Richard Thompson. I have a tick. Sometimes I just suddenly blurt out Robert Thompson and then have to correct myself.
That was a test and you passed.
It's my age. Things are starting to go.
Yeah. Decrepit.
Anyway, Bee's Wing.
Okay.
Sing along at home if you know it.
Yeah. Do I know it? That's the question.
Well, I might not know
I was 19 when I came to town. They called it the summer of love. They're burning babies, burning flags, the hawks against the doves. I found a job in the steamy down on Coldham Street. I fell in love with a laundry girl who was working next to me. She was a rare thing, fine as a bee's wing, so fine a breath of wind might blow her away. She was a lost child, or she was running wild. She said, as long as there's no price on love, I'll stay. And you wouldn't want me any other way. Brown and zigzag around her face, a look of half surprise. A fox caught in the headlights, there was animal in her eyes. She said, oh man, oh can't you see, I'm not the factory kind. If you don't take me out of here, I'll surely lose my mind. She was a rare thing, fine as a bee's wing, so fine a breath of wind might blow her away. She was a lost child, oh she was running wild. She said, as long as there's no price on love, I'll stay. And you wouldn't want me any other way. We bussed around the market towns, we grew down in Kent. We could tinkle lamps and pots and knives wherever we went. I said that we might settle down, get a few acres dug. Our fire a burning in the hearth and babies on the rug. She said, oh man, you foolish man, that surely sounds like hell. You might be lord of half the world, but you're not on me as well. She was a rare thing, fine as a bee's wing, so fine a breath of wind might blow her away. She was a lost child, oh she was running wild. She said, as long as there's no price on love, I'll stay. But you wouldn't want me any other way. We were camping down the Gow one time, the work was pretty good. You said we shouldn't wait for frost, and I thought maybe we should. We were drinking more in those days, tempers reached a pitch, and like a fool I let her run with a rambling itch. And the last I heard, she slipped it rough back on the Derby beat. A white horse in her hip pocket and a wolfhound at her feet. And they say her flower is faded now, hard weather and hard blues. Maybe that's just the price pay for the chains that you refused. She was a rare thing, fine as a bee's wing, and I miss her more than words ever could say. If I could just taste all of her wildness now, if I could hold her in my arms today, well, I wouldn't want her any other way. No, I wouldn't want her any other way.
Good singing. Oh, I can hear it all the way from.
Yeah, well done. I thought you were talking to me there. I was like, oh, thanks. Thanks so much.
Excellent singing.
Not normally
Well
so complimentary of me during gigs, so we like it.
I'm just going to assume that everyone sang along.
I reckon they did.
I think they did.
I
They all
absolutely said.
lighted out.
And I think they probably all did really, really well.
I think they did.
As well.
If you come along to one of our gigs in real life, if we ever get back there,
We will.
definitely make you sing along to something.
Oh yeah, we've got loads of
That
little
might be
sing-along
fun.
numbers up
Yeah,
our
that's
sleeve.
true.
So we're going to play a traditional folk song now. So when we first started playing music together, Heg and I trawled the folk archives for songs that were that had strong female characters in them, and they are few and far between. I think my search threw up about 3.
Well, we'd get through one, and it'd be like, God, this woman sounds great. She's kind of a warrior, and then all of a sudden, she drowns. Or,
Yeah.
Or
It's
she
always
gets
quite
screwed
sudden.
over
It's
by
always quite
a-
sudden. It's like a real quick demise.
Yeah.
But this one is about a female highwayman. It's essentially about this woman who wants to test the loyalty of her true love. So she basically dressed up as a highwayman, sticks him up on the street, and tries to get him to relinquish a ring that she's given to him to test. And she was basically planning on killing him if he did that. So this song is called Survey. It's got various other names as well, none of which I can remember right now.
I have no memory anymore.
No, it's gone. It's gone. All of our archives in our heads have just slowly trickled
I
out
know.
during lockdown. So yeah, we'll just call it Survey.
It should be Highway Woman, shouldn't it?
Should be the highway.
Highway Woman, but it's quite a mouthful to say.
But she does actually dress up as a man.
Okay, we'll
in
let
this,
that one off then.
Yeah. But I hear what you're saying. I do. So this is called Survey.
I tried to have
don't mess with a female highwayman or a highwayman.
Either. A very common Devon.
And don't give away your rings.
So many morals.
That's the moral of this story. Don't give away your rings.
We're going to play one of our own songs now. So this is a song that we wrote. We've actually only played it a couple of times. We wrote it just before our doomed spring tour, which we got to play 3 really lovely gigs.
Yeah, we did.
And then everything got cancelled. So we're really pleased that we got to do those. But this song, those are the only outings I think that it had. So this is a song that is about, let me just do this. It's about the kind of divisions that exist in our world and how separated we are a lot weaker than we are when we're united and we come together. I think that that's really, I don't know for everyone else, but down in Devon that's really been the case during COVID.
Yeah.
It's like the kind of unity of our community.
Well, I mean, it's just been a complete, in some ways, a complete antidote to how divisive Brexit was, without wanting to bring up politics, but like no matter which side of the fence you're on, it's you can't not acknowledge that how divisive that was. And so although COVID has been just dreadful for everybody on so many levels in so many different ways, there was a real sense of coming together, which was totally heartwarming.
Yeah, and this is kind of, I suppose, on a community level that I wrote this song, but it's also globally as well, like how important it is to not fracture the world and see everyone as separate, and to actually see everyone as one big system. So this is called This Land.
Fragile yet gently breathing. Still are the waters that run between you and I. And fragile's this land we made. And heavy's the price if we turn away. Oh mother, can't you hear my voice? I'm lost between the tides. They're breaking my body, they're setting me alight. Oh mother, can't you see the fires, the southern skies are light, and fierce are the flames that rise, and heavy's the price for the fires they light. Oh brother, won't you carry me? I'm on my knees again. They're fighting each other, tearing paradise apart. Oh sister, won't you shield me as they set themselves on fire? And fierce are the flames that rage, and heavy's the price for the wars they wage.
We've just got a couple of songs left for you.
Yeah. It was interesting that Francis brought up Heg and the Wolf Chorus because we didn't know we were going to sing this song until a couple of days ago. But we've borrowed this song from the Heg and the Wolf Chorus album. The band isn't playing together at the moment, taking a break, and there's not time for everything. So we decided to put this in our set because it fits. And this is all about fairies. So I wrote the song when I was staying in Skye, the Isle of Skye in Scotland. I visited a so-called fairy knoll, and this song's all about that and the distant music that you can hear the fairies play if you travel far enough up onto this knoll. I'm just going to have a sip.
I'll do the same then.
God, I now just really want to be out playing.
Oh God, I know. Soon, very soon.
Yes.
We are playing at Beardy Folk Festival actually in September, all being well.
Yes.
So that's extremely exciting.
Let us know if you're coming.
Yeah, I do. We'd love to see you there. Really excited to be doing a festival this year. It's
So
going to be great.
exciting. So exciting. Okay, so this is called Fairy Hill.
As I walked past and know one day the faintest music I did hear, wildflowers dance in a sweet array, to the fairies hum-dum diddle-day. A winding path which never leads to the top of the haunted fairy hill. The wind it draws, it bows to thee, to the fairies hum-dum diddle-dee. Diddle-dum, diddle-dee, diddle-dum-dum, diddle-dum-dum, dum-dum-dum, diddle-dee, diddle-dum-dum, diddle-dum-dum-dee. Under the light of winter's moon was the quiet hum-dum diddle on the fairies' forgotten fiddle, their stomping, their secret swoon. Oh, the pitter-patter diddle-doo. Diddle-dum, diddle-doo, diddle-dum-dum, diddle-dum-dum, dum-dum, diddle-doo, diddle-dum-dum, diddle-dum-dum-doo. Ya-da-da-ya-da-da, ya-da-da, 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 ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da-da-ya-da-da, ya-da-da, 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 ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da, ya-da, ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da, ya-da, ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, 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 ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, 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 ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da, ya-da, ya-da-da-dum. Ya-da, ya-da-da, ya-da-da, ya-da, ya-da-da-dum.
I was getting really distracted by the fact that we can see ourselves on that screen and the clapping was out of time.
Oh yeah, it's coming back at a
It's coming
different
back
speed.
at a different speed. I was like, oh.
I was getting distracted by our neighbour walking past and thinking, oh God, I hope no one knocks on the door.
Oh yeah, that would be really
Look at
annoying,
that.
wouldn't it? We should
Sometimes
put-
people bring us carrots and things.
Yeah, in the allotments we should have put a little sign on the door.
Yeah, do not disturb.
But they're all under strict instructions to be watching the gig.
That's true. Well, we've come to the end, and it's been a total pleasure to play for you. We have no idea if anyone's even watching, but it's
Our neighbours are, and
yeah.
my mum.
That's true, and my mum. It's just really wonderful to be playing again, and we just can't wait to be back in person. Just want to say a massive thank you to Francis Mallon, who put this event on and who is supporting the Crescent Theatre. There are so many venues and theatres struggling around the country, so thanks to everybody who's donated, and please be generous because we need to keep our scene alive and the venues alive. It's so important.
And particularly the small venues, because
Yeah.
they run on such a sort of tight margin anyway, and this I think has been quite crippling for a lot of our favourite places to play that are often run by people that are just true music lovers.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really important to keep that alive.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Yes.
We hope to see you again in person.
Oh, sorry about that, Heg.
It's alright. What you didn't see is our us trying to set up for this, which is the first time we've ever done a live stream. We've only done pre-recorded stuff throughout lockdown, and what ensued was 4 hours of screaming at various different bits of equipment that we thought worked and actually don't work at all.
And it ended with Heg and I sat on opposite sofas, whispering to each other, "I hate you," across the room.
Yeah, I think everybody hated everyone. The dog, the cat, the PA. There was a lot of leads and wires that got shouted at. It was carnage.
Well, we got there in the end, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah. So we're going to end today's session with our single that we released in lockdown that hopefully we'll get to tour at some stage. And this is called Gather. And we wrote this last year, but it's actually really fitting for now. It's about coming together and finding strength in your community. This was written at a point where we were planning to leave Bristol to move to Devon in order to find that kind of community that we were really lacking. So yeah, this is about coming together and feeling strength with what's around you and letting go of the things that don't matter. So this is called Gather. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Unbridle yours, let her run free. You're too young to tarry, let her run, let her run. Wild are the grasses, wild is the wind that brings changes, we're changing. Untie let them sail out to sea. Unmanned and uncharted, sailing free. Take from us these shackles, burdens, the sons of a girl. Once the turn of the tide, we're searching for life. In this long, cold winter, where the seas gone, bring us the spring. The leaves turn to golden and brown, like they always do. But there's miles and miles of cold winter deep in the heart of winter. We fight for the dawn. Look to the wild lands they call us. Return home again to your sisters now. Erase all the lines they cast in stone. We'll gather in the harvest now with a breath of spring we'll sow. Seeds for tomorrow, what will they leave for us tomorrow? Treasures and the leaves will be forgotten, and the wildest in me fight for the dawn. We'll sow seeds for tomorrow. Oh, we will live for you tomorrow. Flowers that bloom again tomorrow. Be wild and be free. We're searching for light in this long cold winter where the season gone bring us the spring. The leaves turn to golden and brown like they always do. But there's mountain miles and winter deep in the heart of the winter. Though that we belong this winter, we fight for the dawn.
Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting us and for supporting the Crescent. And we really hope to see you all at a gig when times are less weird.
Yeah, keep an eye if you want to check out where we're playing. We've got a website, julianhegg.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, and we'll put gigs up there as and when they arise.
Yeah, and we've also got a Bandcamp page where you can buy that single that you just heard and our other EP as well.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Oh, I so love that song, Gather. It's on this little single here, and you can get that, as Hegg said, via their website as a download or as a physical CD. That set was even more beautiful than I could possibly have imagined, so thank you so much, Julia Irvin and Hegg Brignall. It's brought it home to me that I'm so missing live music, and I look forward to the day we can all be together again. I've been looking at the live chat line next to your YouTube screen, and people have put some lovely comments on there. I do encourage you to put a comment in, or let us know where you're watching. I know the artists like to read these, and they enjoy them immensely, so I encourage you to use that. Now, our next artist goes by the name of the Rutland Troubadour. And he lives up to that name usually by travelling the length and breadth of the country, singing his own music and doing clever covers. Until a few days ago, he was also hoping to do a live stream, but he was feeling a bit under the weather and thought it was better to pre-record his set just in case he wasn't feeling up to today. So we hope he's on the mend, and Paul, we're thinking about you and hoping you get better soon. Mojo described our next artist as a remarkable songwriter, and that we should all work on making him the star he deserves to be. He was one of the shining stars of our own Folkin Great Festival about four years ago, and we're delighted to have him on the bill today. Please welcome the wonderful Paul McClure.
Hi everyone, this is Paul McClure, coming to you sort of live from sunny Rutland. It's a beautiful day here, a little breezy, but it's a beautiful day. I'd like to play some songs for you now, starting with one called Long Gone Out of Here from my album Smiling from the Floor Up. Or the aftermath of the day before the night he died. In 59 on a winter's night, he joined the midnight sky. Took to the stage and he told them he gotta travel on. Well, he had traveled for sure, this much I know, about as far as a man can go. Now he's long gone out of here. It's a long way to run to be cut by a gun in New York town. It's the price of fame, but you sign your name you thought it would be the last time. Sang from the backseat along with your songs, just a boy learning to love. And now as a man I can take up your stance, ask them to give it a chance. Now you're long gone out of here. Oh, never has there been a time when I've not known your face. Though lately, my dear, your image grows paler and still. All I've known is through pictures and memories, some real, some not. Though mostly through dreams I held you tight, but my heart fails to put up a fight. Now you're long gone out of here. Time comes for me to be carried out of here by fire, by creature, or be swept away by the sea. I could be praised as a hero or hailed a thief. It makes no difference to me as long as they carry me down through the trees, write my name next to yours when I'm long gone out of here. When I'm long gone out of here. All right. Thank you very much. I'm saying thank you like you're here with me in the room. It's just habit. There's no one here with me. My wife Amy has taken the girls, my two girls, out so they wouldn't come running in, because they'd hear me playing and they'd want to join in and be a part of that. And I know that some of you might enjoy that, but some of you might not. So the cat Pearl, she's around somewhere. She might make an appearance. She's called Pearl because she's a little black cat, and the Black Pearl is the ship off a pirate movie that I really love. So we called her Pearl. She was going to be Audrey, but she's Pearl instead. Okay, so there you go. You get a little bit of a look into what goes on in Shay McClure. I'd like to sing a song now called, from the same album, Smiling from the Floor Up album. This song's called Moments Lost. My cap on. And all my songs are written about something that has happened to me or someone I know. Or I'm not very good at writing, what would you call it, third hand or second hand songs about things that I had nothing to do with, in a sense. So this song is about moments lost. It's called that. And there's 3 verses, each about something that passed me by, left me behind, and I wish I'd not missed it, in a sense. The first one is about a lovely chap called Jeff who I lived next door to for many years, and we used to chat every morning in our front gardens. We never went into each other's houses, but we chatted every morning in our front gardens. And then I moved away, and I always meant to go back and check him out and see how he was. And then I drove past there one day and his house was up for sale and all changed, so I guess he'd moved away. But I think about him often. So this song's called Moments Lost. I didn't know his last name. He was Jeff from next door from the first day. Nothing past 45 in his front room. must have driven past 100 times or more, meaning to an eye next get a minute. Then one day the for sale sign told me my minute had passed. No more than 2 bags of shopping at a time, no chauffeur driven night to see her home. Buy what you can carry across the tracks to the other side. Long nights alone, winter drawing in. That was no slip with a knife, stripes for life, counting the moments that hurted. Long since forgotten the last reason she found for a smile. Now the moment's gone, the moment's gone. Took her first steps across the carpet today, then returned to the earth with a bump. Tear ran down her mother's cheek to the corner of her smile. What a moment to witness, what a memory to savor. I played it all out on the hotel wall and she told me it over the phone. Another milestone passed down the road, it's away at my heart. Now the moment's gone, the moment's gone. How many moments are you gonna lose forever when the moment's gone? The moment's gone. There you go, Jeff. Alright, so how you doing? Are you alright? You okay out there? You're guaranteed a comfy seat, I guess, aren't you, this way? You know? There's a lot of benefits to this, I think. It's been a weird time, as I'm sure you're aware. Weird for musicians, you know. We've all been chatting to each other, trying to work out how we're going to do this and how it's going to make sense, you know, in the future. Nobody was really sure, I don't think. This kind of thing seems to work for now, though, right? So I'd like to play you a new song, a song for my new album. It came out last summer. We were touring it this spring. So maybe we'll tour that next spring instead. I don't know. But this song is about being on the road, and it's about the idea of an occupational hazard sometimes of waking up not remembering where you are. I play a lot of house concerts as well as I know many people do, but as well as playing festivals and stuff. You're my Glastonbury this year. This is the closest I'm going to get to playing there this year. I played there last year and we had a laugh, and then we're looking forward to this year, but hopefully that'll happen again. So I play a lot of house concerts, and I travel all over Europe doing them, and there are times sometimes when, you know, you have a whole bunch of them and you wake up one morning and it takes you a couple of seconds. So my advice to anybody in that position is to always go to bed with your shoes on and you're ready to hit the ground running, just in case. So this song is called This Must Be What They Mean, brackets, when they sing about the blues. I woke up lying on a living room floor, getting tired, not remembering must be what they mean when they sing about the blues. Sometimes all the thoughts I have come crawling up back through my head, and I'm supposed to make sense of that. Well, I couldn't if I tried, so I'm leaving my hat on the downstairs chair. I ain't going nowhere, I got no place to be. It's just you and me, you and me, well, you and me, and our love makes three. I woke up lying on a living room floor, getting tired, not remembering anymore. I woke up this morning dressed in my shoes. This must be what they mean when they sing about the blues. All right. Yesterdays were all too easy, as if created in a dream, while memories that are hard to see but harder to throw away. So I'm leaving my hat on the downstairs chair. I ain't going nowhere, I got no place to be. It's just you and me, you and me, you and me, and our love makes three. I woke up lying on a living room floor, getting tired, not remembering anymore. I woke up this morning dressed in my shoes. Yeah. This must be what they mean when they sing about the blues. This must be what they mean when they sing about the blues. This must be what they mean when they sing about the blues. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's pretend you're all in the room with me a while. I did a couple of online shows during the breakdown, Facebook live shows, and cheers everyone. This was just water. It's early. It's still early in the morning. I got back late from a house concert last night down in Essex, listening to Ian Dury, the Blockheads, all the way down, just to put me in the right mood for that county. Alright, so what do we got? So I did a couple of lockdown live shows on Facebook, and it's weird because you're playing, like now you're playing to a phone, but there's people in the world currently live. I'm sorry I had to pre-record this, but I have another one tomorrow that I'm doing. But it's nice to do shows. It's better than shoe shopping for the children's school uniform. They did that this week. And so the live shows you do on Facebook are weird because there's a number in the corner of the screen, and if you're aware of that, telling you how many people are watching it every minute. And that number is constantly fluctuating up and down by about 10 or 15 all the way through. It's kind of weird. But there's nobody in the room, obviously, and I just have to assume there's people there, and then sometimes comments will come up on the screen saying hi, you know, different people. And as I recognise people that come up, I picture them in the room with me. So hopefully there's a couple of you out there. I hope you're enjoying this festival that's been put on. It's a fantastic idea. This song, next song I'd like to do for you now is called Yesterday's Lies. I've been shuffling around now for days through a haze of early morning, winter sun and years, cutting bars of light as I fight to prevent against hope from sounding like yesterday's lies. But oh, how I wish I were beautiful like you. Oh, how I wish I had it all. Oh, how I wish that you would hold me when I fall. We'll be free from yesterday's lies. Time is a healer, I feel her around me with every step that I take, so fragrant and free. There's a hole in the pavement just waiting to stray into my self-preservation. Escapes me now, waits at your door. But oh, how I wish I were beautiful like you. Oh, how I wish I had it all. Oh, how I wish that you would hold me when I fall. We'll be free from yesterday's lies. So look around, there's just we two. All I'm asking for is you. So take my hand and I will hold you as we fall. We'll be free from yesterday's lies. I live with the hope you'll burn through the rope that ties you to lies you're insisting there to believe. I've been cold worse, though it hurts like the first time you wait while I watch the car pull away with your love. But oh, how I wish I were beautiful like you. Oh, how I wish I had it all. Oh, how I wish you would hold me when I fall. We'll be free from yesterday's lies. We'll be free from yesterday's lies. So, I have two children, two girls, 8 and 10. They're rubbish names, I know, but they're easy to remember. And my youngest, Flossie, as she's known, this is her favourite song. This next one I'd like to play for you. It's from the new album, Market Town, and it's called Sing to the Stars. And I can never really understand which songs especially my children and my wife pick as their favourite ones. They never seem to be the ones that I think they will. But this is Flossie's favourite song. I don't really know why. Because it's a subject I wouldn't think that she would appreciate. So I was playing in a club in the north of England, and I got chatting to an old boy afterwards, and he'd been coming to this folk club all his life. he'd worked hard, physical work, and we were chatting and we were talking about kids, because I sing about and mention my children a lot during songs, and he liked the idea that I spent so much time with my children. This is before lockdown even, and now I don't be spending this much time with them, as tours were cancelled and schools were cancelled, and I had to step in as a teacher for them. We did a lot of work in music, let me tell you. But so I was chatting to this guy, and he used to sing in the club where I played that night, but not as in a professional capacity, just in the sense that on a Saturday everybody went down to the club and everybody did a song. You know, some of you will be familiar with this kind of idea, and these clubs still exist, obviously. But he would sing his songs, and those 2 songs he sang on a Saturday will get him through the week, and he looked forward to this Saturday night. And he now lamented the fact that he'd not spent more time with his children and got to know his children better. He was a pretty good singer, apparently, by all accounts, by his account, but he didn't look like the sort of chap that would blow his own trumpet if he didn't need to. So this song's called "Sing to the Stars," and this is my girl Flossie's. Have you seen my hair? This is the longest it's ever been. Look at this. This is lockdown. I'm now tempted to grow it. We're shooting a video first week in September, and we're debating whether or not I cut it back to normal or just let it grow. What do you think? So this is called "Sing to the Stars." He come home with beads of sweat still dripping from his brow. Those pockets, they were empty. They told him when he was young he had all the world before him. But if he worked with all his might, he was loyal to their fight, they'd see him right. They'd see him right. But it's hard to see the stars with your nose down in the dirt, and you can't feel the boss's heel in your back. So he'd sing his song on a Saturday night, sing to the stars and he'd make it alright. He'd sing to his father and he'd sing for his mother and all his friends around him. But mostly he would sing to the one whose love would bring him through it all. He'd work in dirty clothes with water seeping through his shoes that he'd worn since they were handed down to him. They'd walk him through the gate each day, and he'd walk him home, come rain or shine. And he heard his children grow till it was time they up and go, but he didn't know them. Nah, he didn't know them. But it's hard to see the stars with your nose down in the dirt, and you can't feel the boss's heel in your back. So he'd sing his song on a Saturday night, he'd sing to the stars and he'd make it alright. He'd sing to his father and he'd sing for his mom and all his friends around him. But mostly he would sing to the one whose love would bring him through it all. So he'd sing his song on a Saturday night, sing to the stars and he'd make it alright. He'd sing to his father and he'd sing for his mom and all his friends around him. But mostly he would sing to the one whose love would bring him through it all. Yeah, mostly he would sing to the one whose love would bring him through it all. Alright, that's for Flossie. And while I'm in the dedication mood, this is my wife's favourite song of mine. And I think she likes it particularly because She likes it when the words follow the melody, follow the tune, as you'll see from this. It'll make more sense when I play it. It's called Song 6. I look forward to being old enough to regain a little of my childhood, to remember how my innocence must have felt back then. I spent most of my life with my hands held, fastened behind my back. Now I do it every day out of habit. It's just easier that way. I may have opened up the door, I can't make myself feel at home. I've been waiting by the door, but it won't get the train any quicker for me. If I stand all night in a graveyard, would it make my death come soon? Growing up I always found it a struggle, found something worth fighting for. Told every son of a mother was a fool, not worth my time. I may have opened up the door, I can't make myself feel at home. He would tell me, look to you in the first place, second, third and last, because nothing ever comes from nothing. Walk alone and forget the rest. Now I'm older and I think for my own life. I'm working and I got a wife. Guess some people in their lives, they need chaos, build it up just to knock it down. I may have opened up the door, I can't make myself feel at home. Cha-cha-cha. Alright, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to leave you with this next one. This is this song. I wrote this song during lockdown. Somebody asked earlier, this is Gibson J45. I bought this brand new about 6 years ago. It's done about 800 shows since then. And if you're thinking of buying a guitar, I can't recommend this any higher. It never goes out of tune. It's very robust. But the cases are really rubbish. The Gibson cases I've had are horrible, so buy yourself a decent case. Whether this will make sense, somebody had Facebook me this morning asking that, so hopefully they're watching. Alright, so I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you've enjoyed all the music. Some great music to come. I don't know where I am in the day right now, but I'm sure there's been some great music and there'll be some great music to come. I hope you've enjoyed the show. I've enjoyed playing for you. I've also enjoyed half an hour of peace and quiet without the kids in the house. I won't lie to you. it's been a long time since March. They go back to school on Wednesday. I'm heartbroken. I can't imagine being without them. But this song, I'm sure my wife, occasionally might think it's cool being married to a musician. We get to do some pretty cool stuff, and I write songs for it and things like that. But as soon as lockdown came and tours were cancelled and gigs were cancelled and all that kind of thing, suddenly I was left without really any kind of... I didn't really know who I was anymore, and I wasn't quite sure what use I was around the place. Not as useful as I'd like, I'm sure. So I started to thinking that maybe if she'd have known the lockdown was coming, she'd have married someone more useful than me. I don't know. This is my words, not hers. She wouldn't say that. She would say this. Anyway, so I'll leave you with this one. This is just a bit of fun. A song I wrote in lockdown. It's called She's Wishing That She'd Married a Hairdresser. We've been together nearly 20 years now. My best friend, my lover, my wife. We spend all our time together, we just get one another. There's no one else with whom I'd rather spend my life. I met her at a gig backstage, you know the score. A one-night stand that was meant to last forever. I write her songs of love, we sit up all night listening to me. You could say she was my biggest fan. But I tell you recently, just ever so slightly, I've been getting this, uneasy feel. Slight disappointment in the way she looks at me, since isolation became so real. She's wishing that she'd married a hairdresser, someone she could really do with now. A plumber, a mechanic, or a childminder, someone with some useful know-how. She's wishing that she'd married a hairdresser. She's complaining about the state of her ends. A chef, a gardener, or an interior decorator, someone who could help around here. She's wishing that she'd married a hairdresser. Now my songs are just a pain in her neck. If I was a teacher, a shrink, or a personal trainer, I could keep her mind and body in check. She's wishing that she'd married a hairdresser. All the kids, they look like Cousin It. They are struggling to negotiate their way around this place. It's a while since I've seen their face. She's wishing that she'd married a hairdresser, someone who could help around the home. Well, she's wishing she'd married a hairdresser, and I guess she's probably not alone. All the best, everybody. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you again soon. Bye.
Paul McClure, and we wish him all the very, very best. In normal times, Paul does a lot of house gigs, and that was the first time I'd ever seen him, was at one of those very intimate house gigs. So when times improve, if you want to have him in your front room, he'd be absolutely delighted. Paul, you may not have noticed, was live on the live chat, and I'm sure he'll stay on there for a while. If anyone wants to interact with him, ask him about his songs or whatever, just say hello. He'll be there. So a little bit of a story now. In 2016, a group of 10 of the very best young musicians in the country took a week out to spend in the Derbyshire countryside. They locked themselves away together with the intention of putting together a suite of music and songs to commemorate the quadcentenary of Shakespeare's death. The band was called the Company of Players, and this is the album that they produced. it's a beautiful album with lots of really interesting material on there. And it so happens that the next 3 acts, the musicians taking part, were all part of that company of players. It just worked out that way. I hadn't planned it. Somehow when I came to look at the program, that's how it worked. So the first of those is someone who was born in Moscow, but whose family roots are in the English Republic of southern Russia. Happily for us, she's now been resident in the UK for many years, and it looks like she's going to stay here. The stories and poetry of the English region permeate her songs and help to keep that history and the traditions of that land alive. She's been frequently nominated for major folk awards due to her delicious voice and powerful songwriting. I know you're going to enjoy listening to the wonderful Daria Kulesh.
Hello, and welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Daria. If you haven't seen me before, here's a word of warning. I'm obsessed with stories. I see them everywhere. And they are everywhere. We're swimming in an ocean of stories. There are stories woven into spider webs. There are stories written in the clouds. I'm fascinated by the way stories travel and evolve and mutate, by all those fascinating links everywhere, all those mysterious connections between languages, between people, between different points in time and history. Everything is interconnected. And yet, we're living in a strange time of distancing, of separation. So we need to be reminded that everything is indeed connected. No man is an island. No story, no life exists in separation. Something that perhaps we have all learned in these very strange times is how to love at a distance, how to perhaps love better and deeper at a distance. Life is tricksy. It does have that habit of separating us from those that we love. Mais la vie sépare ceux qui s'aiment. It does it ever so gently, without making much of a fuss. Tout doucement, sans faire de bruit. And the tide comes in and washes away the footprints of distant lovers on the sand. Et la mer efface sur le sable les pas des amants désunis. My grandmother, Fatima Khriva, was forever separated from her homeland, Ingushetia, a mountainous land in the Caucasus, in the south of Russia. My grandmother's never healing wound, her eternal longing, her distant love, in my grandmother's native tongue, Yanarbezum. my grandmother lost her beloved homeland forever. And then I lost my grandmother. I was so desperately holding on to her stories, to those precious memories, so desperately trying to keep at least a part of her alive and present here with me. Sooner or later, all the people and places that we love are finished, and the only way to keep them safe is art. That's what art is for. It rescues everything from time, said Alan Moore. I will share with you a song that stems from a very simple childhood memory of watching the falling snow from the balcony of my grandmother's flat. It stems from a very naive, childlike dream, an imagining of a magical chain of snowflakes that stretches across great distances and connects us to people that we love, no matter how far away they might be. I watch the snow, I dream of you. I watch the snow, I find what I seek. Across the miles, I fly to you and reach you as a snowflake on your cheek. The snow will fall around us all and fill the emptiness between. The sky will touch the land, and I will fly to land. A kiss, like a snowflake on your chin. The snow will fill each crack and void, no sense of time, no space for time at all. So soft and pure, the perfect cure upon the wounds, the snow will gently fall. The snow will fall around us all and fill the emptiness between. The sky will touch the land, and I will fly to land. A kiss, like a snowflake on your chin. The snow will fall around us all and fill the emptiness between. The sky will touch the land, and I will fly to land. A kiss, like a snowflake on your chin. The snow will fall around us all and fill the emptiness between. The sky will touch the land, and I will fly to land. A kiss, like a snowflake Well, please excuse me the unseasonal song though. Maybe in Russia you could get snow still sometimes on a freaky occasion towards the end of spring, but here in England, gosh, what a magnificent, luxurious lockdown spring we've all had. I will never forget this spring, the first spring in my daughter's life. I have been wandering in the fields and the woodlands, full of wonder, seeing everything through my daughter's eyes. The world so fresh, so new, so verdant, feeling a brand new, painfully strong connection to nature, to this world that lives and thrives alongside our human world that used to be so separate, and now it feels so close. You see, not all those who wander in the wilderness are lost. Some, in fact, are found.
Again, we bring the garland gay.
is wandering in the woods. But she is not lost. A girl lost in the woods is a different sort of creature compared to a girl who walks purposefully through the trees, even though perhaps she doesn't know her way. She believes that her purpose, her fate, will guide her. And this leads me to one of my favorite fairy stories from Russia. A tale of a young girl called Vasilisa. On the surface, it's a story of survival to rival the skills of Bear Grylls himself, with a little bit of revenge, a little bit of murder thrown in to spice things up. However, if you look deeper, it's a story of a girl that's guided and protected, who is wrapped in a cocoon of her mother's love, protected against the ancient evil of Baba Yaga herself. You know, that notorious Russian witch who lives in a hut on chicken legs and prefers human flesh for dinner? How strong must that magic be? How strong must that connection be? That love that would render Baba Yaga herself completely powerless. There lived in Russia a fair young damsel, a Vasilisa, it was her name. With both her beauty and her cunning, she earned her fortune and her fame. Oh, Vasilisa, tell me truly, did you know that your heart could kill? The woodland witch gave you the weapon, but to use it was your own will. Oh yes, to use it was your own will. Your cruel stepmother, your evil sisters gave you an errand they dared not try. Go fetch some wildfire from Baba Yaga. They planned and plotted that you would die. Oh, Vasilisa, tell me truly, did you know that your heart could kill? The woodland witch gave you the weapon, but to use it was your own will. Oh yes, to use it was your own will. На, куколка, покушай, до моего горя послушай. Живу я в доме у батюшки, не вижу себе никакой радости. Злая мачеха гонит меня с белого света. Научи ты меня, как мне быть. Into the green wood you boldly ventured, Baba Yaga was fierce, it's true, but you had magic, a holy blessing. There was nothing the hag could do, and in a rage cried Baba Yaga, "Begone, fair maiden, and don't return. Take what you came for, unholy wildfire, so that your enemies would burn." A silly song, tell me truly, did you know that your heart could kill? The woodland witch gave you the weapon, but to use it was your own will. Oh yes, to use it was your own will. Now you're a queen in a lofty palace. Do you remember when times were harsh? Your cruel stepmother, your evil sister, and how you watched them turn to ash. My grandmother's love, her blessing, guided me long before, perhaps, long after she was gone, guided me through some deep, dark woods, kept me cocooned and protected. My grandmother's love, her spirit perhaps, guided me to her homeland, to Ingushetia, but that is another story for another time. Let me just share with you the words of the English poet Eilicha Shagulgov. Like my grandmother, he lost his homeland, but he was lucky to be reunited. He was exiled as an 8-month-old baby, which is about the age of my little girl now. And then he finally got back home. And that deep connection, that feeling as if your feet themselves are growing roots into the ground, that undescribable bliss of being reunited with the place that you love is captured in his words. Woodpeckers are drumming on the tree trunks, dropping dust onto the ground. Oh, I am drunk, homeland. I am drunk with my love for you. You alone were in my thoughts. I dreamed so tirelessly about you from a distance. And now here I am, wandering through your woods like a madman. Every blossom-laden branch is like a blushing bride. Every spider is weaving me a white scarf with silver threads. How I love all of this. Oh, homeland, I would kneel before your every tree as I would before a priest. In foreign, distant lands, how tirelessly have I dreamt about you. My heart is free like a cuckoo that's broken from the human grip. How I love all of this. Love is above all. Love is Lord of all. Love is that irrepressible life force that, like gravity, connects all living things. And if we understand that no power, no ambition, no influence is above love, then perhaps there is still hope. Perhaps the world can be reborn into a kinder one. Love is everything. Love is Lord of all. And with this last song, I'm sending you love and thanks. Currently, the love I'm sending you is distant, but we will meet again. Thank you. As gentle tides go rolling by along the salt sea strand, the colours blend and merge as one together in the sand, and often do the winds entwine to send their distant call, the quiet joys of brotherhood and love is the Lord of all. The oak and we together rise along the common ground, the mare and stallion, light and dark, have thunder in their sound, the rainbow sign, the blended flower, still hold my heart enthralled, the quiet joys of brotherhood and man has come to plough the tide. The oak lies on the ground. I hear their fires in the fields. They drive the stallion down. The roses bleed, both light and dark, the winds do seldom call, the running suns recall the time when love was the Lord of all.
I'm returning some of the love to Daria, and if you want to do that too, maybe put a mention in the live chat. That was a spellbinding set, Daria. Thank you so much for your contribution. Just a reminder that we're performing this festival today from the Crescent Theatre with two aims in mind. We want to raise some funds to help keep this wonderful theatre alive, surviving into the future, but also to contribute something towards the musicians who haven't had any money up front. They're relying on donations to make a little bit. So I know times are hard, but if you can afford to make a contribution, please do so via the PayPal account, which you'll find below in the description. Now, our next artist was also a member of the Company of Players, and unlike many of the people we've already seen, she hasn't been live streaming or recording videos during the COVID crisis because she's actually currently on maternity leave, having given birth to a little boy, Max, about 3 months ago. But she's come out of maternity leave especially to record a programme for this event. She clearly loves the Crescent that much, and we're so pleased that she's contributed this lovely set for us. Now, her band is called the Greenwood, and of course they haven't been able to rehearse and get together for obvious reasons. But one of the band members who plays guitar and bouzouki is fairly close to our lead artist, as he's her dad. And he's joined her in creating this set that you're going to see now. The artist concerned is the wonderful Kim Lowings, whose CDs I've virtually sort of worn out. I've played them so much. Her most recent one, released last year, Wild and Wicked Youth, is going that way as well. It's one of my favourite albums, and I play it over and over again. So, for your delight, this is Kim Lowings and her dad, Andrew.
Hi everyone, my name's Kim Lowings, and it's lovely to be here to join you for this amazing online festival, Folkin Digital. The Crescent Theatre is such an amazing venue, and it's brilliant that we're getting all these artists together to support it. It's an important part of the Midlands scene, and it would be such a shame to lose these venues at such a difficult time. So yeah, coming together as a community is just wonderful. I hope you've all been well, and I'm going to start off with a song called So Early, Early in the Spring. So early, early in the spring, I shipped on board to serve my king. I left my dearest dear behind. She oft times swore her heart was mine. My love, she takes me by the hand. If ever I marry, you'll be the man. 1,000 vows so long and sweet, saying we'll be married when next we meet. And all the time I sailed the seas, I could not find one moment's ease in thinking of my dearest dear, but never a word from her could I hear. And so I came into Glasgow town. I strode the streets both up and down, inquiring for my dearest dear, but never a word from her could I hear. And so I came to her father's hall, and loudly for my love did call. My daughter's married, she's a rich man's wife. She's wed to another, much better for life. If the girl is married that I adore, I'm sure I'll stay on land no more. I'll sail the sea till the day I die, and break the waves rolling mountains high. This song is a commission, and it's called The Unknown. I'm sure we've all been there. Life throws down the gauntlet, the challenge to run or to fight, take a path. in the morning's not for me. Up in the morning early, when all the hills are covered with snow. I'm sure it's winter fairly. The birds are chittering in the thorn. The day they fare but sparely, and long's the night from e'en to morn. I'm sure it's winter fairly. Up in the morning's not for me. Up in the morning early, when all the hills are covered with snow. I'm sure it's winter fairly. I am sure it's winter. I'm sure it's winter. I am sure it's winter. I am sure it's winter fairly. I'd like to welcome my dad. Most of you will know him as Jarve or Andrew Lowings, and he is part of the Greenwood band that we play with. And we are going to play for you now a song by Richard Thompson called Galway to Graceland, all about a lady who ups and leaves her home and her life because she is convinced that she's married to Elvis. So, brilliantly written song, this Galway to Graceland. Oh, she dressed in the dark and she whispered amen. She was pretty in pink like a young girl again. 20 years married, she never thought twice. She sneaked out the door and walked into the night. The silver wings carried her over the sea, from the west coast of Ireland to West Tennessee. To be with her sweetheart. Oh, she left everything, from Galway to Graceland to be with the king. She was humming with suspicion, that's the song she liked best. She had an Elvis I love you tattooed on her breast. Beat so fast, she had dreamed for so long. Now she'd see him at last. She was down by his graveside day after day. Come closing time, they would pull her away. To be with her sweetheart. Oh, she left everything, from Galway to Graceland to be with the king. song is called Rubble and Ashes, and I wrote this song inspired by our connection that we have with social media and the way that we are all linked up with our phones, tablets and computers. As it turns out, that happens to be such a positive thing with the situation we've all been in. But this song is about the slightly more sinister side. So this is Rubble and Ashes. Targeted ads, a rabbit hole with no wonderland. And where will you be when it all falls down? Buried beneath the rubble and ashes, or will you rise with the morning light, standing tall and proud behind the screen? A war is underway, where truth and reason fight to save the day. Trolls and robots justify and amplify their battle cry, promising to make things great again. You got it well, keep your secrets safe, but it's all there in your digital footprint. You're so much more than your profile states. If only you'd remember, where will you be when it all falls down? Buried beneath the rubble and ashes, or will you rise with the morning light, standing tall and proud? This next song is called The Blacksmith, and this is a traditional folk song that appears on our album Historia, and it's a song all about betrayal. A blacksmith quartered me 9 months and better. He fairly won my heart, wrote me a letter with his hammer in his hand. He looked so clever, and if I was with my love, I'd live forever. Oh, where is my love gone? With think that he loved one and he proved deceitful. This song features on our latest album, Wild and Wicked Youth, and it's a traditional song called Oh the Wind and Rain, sometimes known as The Tale of the Two Sisters. Two sisters came walking down the street. Oh, the wind and rain. The one behind pushed the other one in, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. They both had the love of the miller's son. Oh, the wind and rain. He only loved the fair one, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. So they pushed her into the river to drown. Oh, the wind and rain. They watched her as she floated on down, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. She floated till she came to a miller's pond. Oh, the wind and rain. Dead on the water like a golden swan, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. She floated till she came to the riverside. Oh, the wind and rain. Her bones were washed by the rolling tide, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Along the road came a fiddler fair. Oh, the wind and rain. He found her bones just lying there, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. He made fiddle pegs from her long finger bones. Oh, the wind and rain. He made fiddle pegs from her long finger bones, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. He made a fiddle bow from her long yellow hair. Oh, the wind and rain. He made a fiddle bow from her long yellow hair, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. He made a fine fiddle from her breastbone. Oh, the wind and rain. He made a very fine fiddle from her breastbone, crying, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. But the only tune that the wind would play was, oh, the wind and rain. The only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. This song was inspired by an amazing lady called Lisa Ghazi, who created a documentary about a group of women called the Birangona in Bangladesh, and it's called Go Tell the World. we are not alone. 500,000 live in shame. Many more will know this pain. No one else should feel this way. So go and tell the world. Let them hear your voice. Bring them to their knees. Teach them to What makes you, what makes me, blood and bone and mystery. My heart loves creativity. My mind lives with anxiety. When you search for answers like a long lost friend, they pull you on as you pray the right will end. And they call me river as I drift away. They call me river, but I'll be back someday. The things we've lost, the things I found that troubled me and brought us down to seep into cracks in the ground where all is dark and there's no sound. When you search for answers like a long lost friend, they pull you on as you pray the right will end. They call me river as I drift away. They call me river, but I'll be back someday. I'll be back someday with the ebb and flow. It's all we know. The ebb and flow. It's all we know. When you search for answers like a long lost friend, they pull you on as you pray the right will end. They call me river as I drift away. They call me river, but I'll be back someday. The younger you, the younger me, lost in time and history. Embrace your creativity. Turn your back on your anxiety. When you search for answers like a long lost friend, they pull you on as you pray the right will end. And we're like the river as we drift away. And like the river, we'll be back someday. We'll be back someday with the ebb and flow. It's all we know. The ebb and flow. It's all we know. So for those of you who've been to see us play before as Kim Loans and the Green Water or as a duo, you probably have heard us play this one. It's a traditional song that I found in a book of international folk songs, and it hails from Canada. It's called The Jones Boys, and it's about two brothers and their families who run a mill business. And it's not a sad folk song by any stretch of the imagination. It's a happy one, but unfortunately they're just not very successful businessmen. So it's got a chorus and a refrain if you're singing along at home. the Jones boys, oh the Jones boys. Here's to the Jolly Jones boys. They work all night and they work all day, but they can't seem to make their gristmill pay. Hi dum diddle dum Johnny Jones, hi dum diddle dum Jimmy, hi dum diddle dum Johnny Jones, hi dum diddle dum Jimmy, hi dum diddle dum Johnny Jones, hi dum diddle dum Jimmy, hi dum diddle dum Johnny Jones, hi dum diddle dum Jimmy. Well, we've come to the final song of our set. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us for this digital festival. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And it's amazing to be supporting such incredible venues like the Crescent Theatre that have done so much for us and other artists. We're going to leave you with a song that we do at pretty much every Greenwood show. And it is called Away Ye Merry Lasses, and it's a song all about witches going on a girls' night out. Please do join in. The chorus is, it's the girls' night out, away ye merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out, we ride the wind tonight. Thanks again, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Told me Mama was going out, she asked what I was all about. I asked if I could take the broom, I'm going to meet the girls. Oh, the moon is waxed tonight, don't you like the fellas? I prefer the girls tonight, I'm going to ride the wing, 'cause it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight, oh, it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight. My sister is so bold and free, she asked if she could come with me. I saw her up above the trees, going to ride the wind. Oh, the moon is waxed tonight, and don't you like the fellas? I prefer the girls tonight, I'm going to ride the wind, 'cause it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight, oh, it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight. As we were going out the gate, I saw my dear old mother riding a broom, humming a tune and going to ride the wind. Oh, the moon is waxed tonight, and don't you like the fellas? I prefer the girls tonight, I'm going to ride the wind, 'cause it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight, oh, it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight, it's the girls' night out. Away you merry lasses, get your brooms,
Away you merry lasses, get your brooms, get 'em out. We'll ride the wind tonight. What an infectious song. It's absolutely wonderful to hear Kim and her dad Andrew performing again, and we hope it's not too long before we see the whole band performing together when it's safe to do so. You saw our empty auditorium. It's very sad. I can remember many times when looking out and seeing a full house, and again we want to get back to those times when it's safe to do so. You can help us to survive by donating, by using the link below the screen, in the description. Our PayPal account, however small, whatever you can afford, will go to a good cause to help this wonderful theatre survive, and to help the artists who you've seen so far and yet to come, who are also struggling in this terrible time. Thanks ever so much to Kim and Andrew for that wonderfully fabulous set, which I so thoroughly enjoyed. Now, the final act of our company of players trio is a young man who I've known for about 8 years. His raw talent was obvious right from the earliest of stages, but in those 8 years he's blossomed into what I think is the full package. He's got a wonderful singing voice that one could listen to all day and never tire of. He's got a fantastic guitar style which is unique to him and he uses to such wonderful effect, and he's honed his songwriting skills to become a fine art. Fortea magazine last year named him as Male Artist of the Year, which I think was richly deserved. His latest album, which I've got here with a lovely photograph of him on the front, is called We Sat Back and Watched It Unfold. It's a truly exceptional piece of work which has been widely critically acclaimed, and I recommend it to you. Again, as with all the artists, we've put their links to their websites below, so if you're interested in buying some of their material, you'll find it on their website, so please do so. So it's a really great pleasure to introduce to you the wonderful Chris Cleverly.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Crescent Theatre's online music festival. My name's Chris Cleverly. This one's called The Arrows and the Armour. Dear gods, I'm sending a note to request that the methods you use could be altered next time. 'Cause the arrow you sent, it went in through my stomach and it's pierced the lining. Now I'm sick all the time, from the peeling and the burning and the pace of the churning, the nervous feeling of butterflies flying. They must have flown in through the hole that was made and stayed for the duration of this curious time. 'Cause you and I are lovers for the length of the time it takes for the fates to decide in their minds. Or maybe some days or even weeks at a time, until it transpires that everything is fine. Later this week I'll trek into the mountains to beg the high priestess for an hour of her time. I was staring through her frosty glass mirror try and describe some discernible signs. You and I will still be lovers for the length of the time it takes for the fates to decide in their minds. Or maybe some days or even weeks at a time, until it transpires that everything is fine. Yeah. Make no illusion, no delusions of grandeur reverberate broadly round the corners of my mind. You'll see me tonight in my purest of forms, with weapons dispersed, my armor decline. As we lie naked, our fears for now abated, innards exposed and our limbs intertwined. I can't help but feeling there's something more sacred here than never will realize, never you mind. As you and I are lovers for the length of the time it takes for the fates to decide in their minds. Or maybe some days or even weeks at a time, until it transpires everything is fine. Until it transpires everything is fine. I'm telling you, everything is fine. Oh, well, thank you so much for being here, as I said, supporting the Crescent Theatre in their online festival. What a tremendous lineup this is. I'm so grateful to be a part of it with such truly exceptional artists. The likes of Iona Fife and Catherine Priddy and Edwina Hayes and many, many more. I hope you've enjoyed watching what you've seen so far. They're pretty wonderful, these online concerts that have been going on. It's a beautiful antidote for the difficulties we've experienced with live music in the recent months. And you know, speaking of the recent months, I hope you've all been keeping happy and keeping well. It's a real pleasure to be able to sing to you. That was a song from my latest record called The Arrows in the Armour. It's the opening track. It felt really important to start off the album and indeed this set with a positive note, because Lord knows I think we need a bit of that right now. So I'll sing you a few more songs from various records I've put out. This one's another one from my latest one. That album was called We Sat Back and Watched It Unfold, and this is track 2. It's called The Scarlet Letter. It's based on a truly exceptional 18th century novel written by the New England author Nathaniel Hawthorne. And the story and the song, I guess, as well, it's kind of about public shame. Because that's something we've been doing for hundreds of years, long before Twitter ever came about. So this song is called The Scarlet Letter. The autumn leaves lay on the ground of brazen scarlet, bronze and brown. there was a stranger came to town. He told us stories of the sea, he sold us gifts of finery. He came and sat a while beside me. Come all you tender maids, you fine unfettered wedded ladies, beware the lure of strangers, the punishments that I've paraded. Loveless may our unions be, these paths were not for us to lead. Sisters, will you not take heed and cleanse your souls and pray for me? With my husband gone 2 years at sea, gave not a thought, I'm sure for me. My mind's inclined to wander restlessly. The stranger took his leave from town some months before, so they found me heavy with this misbegotten child beneath my gown. Come all you tender maids, you fine unfettered wedded ladies, beware the lure of strangers, the punishments that I've paraded. Loveless may our unions be, these paths were not for us to lead. Sisters, will you not take heed, cleanse your souls and pray for me? I'll wear this letter on my chest, stitched through the clothes in which I'm dressed, ripped, carved and scarred to my breast. Oh my God, I learned that day. Oh my God, the cost we paid. Oh my God, I learned that day. Before our Lord I'll burn, they say. Thank you. Right, I'm going to have a look at one from my first record now called Apparitions. Haven't played this song in quite some time. I was really into the traditional folk thing back in those days, and was arranging all kinds of those songs for that record. This was one of my favourite ones that came from America. It's a really cool song. It's the way I see it, it's a song about yearning, whether that be yearning for, you know, the old country of your homeland, or yearning for the people that you love, that you haven't had a chance to see in a long time. And I think on that basis, in light of recent events, it's kind of taken on a whole new meaning. It's as much a song for the 21st century as it is for the 18th century. And this is my version of a beautiful tune called Shenandoah. Here we go. Oh my love, what caused you to wander away the first day of the winter? For my part, my heart could not be fonder. It was floating, scattered and in splinters atop the white Missouri. Oh, Shenandoah, I loved your daughter. Roll away, you roll in a river. For her I'd have crossed the mighty Annan water. Roll away, I'm bound to go across the white Missouri. I thought of all the pain I'd have brought her. Roll away, roll in a river. If I'd have followed across your rolling water, roll away, I'm bound to go across the white Missouri. Oh, Shenandoah, my heart is bleeding, running red, just like your rolling river. For you are silent, so misleading. Roll away, bound to go across the white Missouri. Thank you very much. Right. One of the beautiful things about these online gigs is you can just take as much gear as you want. I'm going to sing you now the title track from my latest record, which is called We Sat Back and Watched It Unfold. And this song goes out to the truly heroic NHS key workers of our beautiful country. You know, the frontline staff, the porters, the cleaners, the managers, the administrators, whoever you might be. I hope it can in some way go towards expressing my immense debt of gratitude for the amazing things that those people have done for us in the last few months to help keep us safe and well. And I just see the NHS as just totally embodying the core values of our nation. And my generation are faced with a very real threat that it may no longer be around within the course of our lives. We're hoping not. But so this song is really a reminder, as much to myself as to anybody else, of the role that I can play to make sure that our lives never turn out that way. And it's called We Sat Back and Watched It Unfold. Here we go. His body finally gave up on him today, and 10,000 pounds was the price that he paid. He couldn't help thinking back to the day that we started the process of losing our way. And I remember the campaign of the prime candidate who spoke of doubling resources while halving the weights. You put that on paper, of course it sounds great till the gears are in motion, but then it's too late. It's too late. Oh, lo and behold, I just sat back as I watched it unfold. Said that there's no price that I wouldn't pay to make sure that our lives didn't turn out that way. We sat back and watched it unfold. So the corporations fought for the outsourcing bits, with delivery models that soon would be rid of the values that for decades our country had lived. But seriously, what had they left us with? As the cost of the cover continued to rise, to keep the margins of profit continually high, the uninsured millions were hung out to dry and left questioning how they could hope to get by. How they get by. They get by. Whoa, lo and behold, I just sat back as I watched it unfold. Said that there's no price that I wouldn't pay to make sure that our lives didn't turn out that way. We sat back and watched it unfold. Sat back and watched it unfold. Focus on average handling time. The new targets have shifted the paradigm to an expectation of patience, a process like mannequins on a production line. And the finance directors are squeezing the cost, resource planning analysts are cooling the shots. There's no way the old way could hope to last, so we watched as it became a thing of the past. Of the past, thing of the past. Whoa, lo and behold, we all sat back as we watched it unfold. Said that there's no price that we wouldn't pay, sure that our lives didn't turn out that way. We sat back and watched it unfold. Sat back and watched it unfold. Oh. Oh man, that song is like a full body workout. Well, thanks so much for tuning in. It's a real pleasure to be having this opportunity to sing to you. man, I've missed it so much. Missed performing, missed being out there and meeting people on the road and just soaking in all of the love that the wonderful people give me out there. And so it's great to be a part of this. So here's another tune for you now. It's from that same record. This song tells a story of the life of a man, told by a variety of different perspectives that I gathered and kind of fused together. And it's incredible to see the kind of overwhelming sense of love and positivity in the way that he was described. But really interestingly, they all seem to kind of refer to this underlying kind of sense of darkness as well, which leavened it. In that way, I kind of see his character as this beautiful analogy for the universe in a way. You know, the great ebb and flow and the rise and fall and the beauty and the darkness that's in everything. So this song is called The Low Light Low. They speak of the weight of standing alone, with the creatures with the teeth that'll eat you down to the bone. Come back, brother, you could come back home. We'll hold you in the low, lie low. When thinking on light, you must think to on shade, or a man would be wise to be twice as afraid. Thinking on memories we have made, as we hold them in the low, lie low. Hold them in the low, lie low. You were a man who helped us rest in ourselves. That's not something I'd always say for everyone else. You think on my sorrows as you drink to my health, when you held me in the low, lie low. And those arms, man, your arms, I remember them well, 'cause I remember the times I'd be going through hell. You'd always smile just to see I was well. No, hold that tonight in the low, lie low. Hold it in the low, lie low. In the low light, oh, hold that in the low light, low. It pains me to think on a year and a day, to Christmas morning when we would have stayed up all night, like those who hold vigil to pray, for when they told us in the low, lie low. But we hope to be ones who take care of our own. So we hope that there's some way that you could have known. In those final moments you were never alone. 'cause we held you in our thoughts in the low lie low, held you in our minds in the low lie low, held you in our hearts in the low lie low, held you in the low lie low. Okay, this one is the lead single from that record. It's called In a Dreamlike State. Well, it was written all across her face. She said, you've got to please get me out this place. She said, I'm lying here with something even worse, worse even than the thing that I came with first. She said she dreamed a meadow scene. She said she dreamed a hearse. She said she got real tired in here. She said go get the nurse. 'Cause she said you have a way with words I can never quite match. A soft-spoken compliments I could never quite catch. She would say a lot of things in a dreamlike state that didn't mean all that much, but they sounded great. She said she was tired now, I could see it in her face. I slipped the things we'd brought back inside the case and kissed her on the cheek, get it on my way, and told the man we stop by again today. She said you have a way with words I can never quite match. The soft-spoken compliments I can never quite catch. She would say a lot of things in a dreamlike state that didn't mean all that much, but they sounded great. She's an amazing wife and mother too. We tried to show her all the time the like to think she knew, but some words take different meanings, or some will mean the same. It just depends on the time and place, and no one's to blame. said you have a way with words I can never quite match. A soft-spoken compliments I can never quite catch. She said you have a way with words I can never quite match. And I'm trying as I might to keep all of that. Thank you so much. Well, I think I've got time for one more song. I'm so grateful that you've tuned in to listen to my music, but also to support this truly immense online festival for in benefit of such a wonderful venue that has brought so much joy and happiness to my hometown of Birmingham over the years. I believe there's a link which you can donate to the Crescent Theatre, and the proceeds of which will help sustain their business and help them to keep providing such amazing arts opportunities to the good people of the city of Birmingham and beyond. If you've enjoyed what I've done and you're interested in finding out more, then please check out my website, chriscleverly.com, my Bandcamp page where you can find my full discography on CD or digital download, and a few merchandise extras like t-shirts, a lyrics booklet and some other stuff. So please do check it out. I'll leave you with this song that I wrote for bands that I used to play in called The Company of Players, playing from time to time still. I hope you've managed to catch Kim Lowndes and Daria Kulesh performing today. They're two utterly spellbinding songwriters and musicians, and I had the good privilege of playing in that band with those two beautiful people. And I'll sing you the song that I wrote for it. This was based on pretty much one line from Hamlet's soliloquy. There's neither good nor bad, but thinking makes it so, which I think is one of the most potent, powerful, important lines ever uttered by any person in the history of the world. Just the sheer implication of that statement. If you're anything like me, perhaps you recognize these narratives that run almost subconsciously through the ether of your mind and put various filters on things and maybe distort your perception of reality around you sometimes. And I feel like tapping into that statement from Hamlet is the true way to overcome that, and in its own small way, change the world for the better. But it's a long road, and that's kind of what this song is about. It's called But Thinking Makes It So. My name's Chris Cleverly. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please spare some pennies if you got them, and I look forward to seeing you again on the road somewhere. Take it easy. There's neither good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. There are things I'm sure I understand, things I've come to know about the mind and the matter of the long passage of time, how the former meets the latter in a regrettable decline. 'Cause I was once a young man, I was happy all the time. I may not have had these handsome thoughts, but the thoughts I had were mine. Now 1,000 other voices choose the reason and the rhyme. If I could only find my own, then I'd be fine. If I could only find my own, then I'd be fine. To be is a choice we never made. When we were plucked out of the ether, and so clumsily display. So really then not to be's the only choice we ever had, and I will not make it lightly, but for the choosing I am glad. 'Cause I was once a young man, I was happy all the time. I may not have had these handsome thoughts, but the thoughts I had were mine. Now 1,000 other voices choose the reason and the right. If I could only find my own, then I'd be fine. If I could only find my own, then I'd be fine. Do you believe in a purpose to living, and trust in the value of the good you've been giving? Why then do I always feel like this waste of a shell that could have housed one of them lost souls that's been wasted as well? 'Cause I was once a young man, I was happy all the time. I may not have had these handsome thoughts, but the thoughts I had were mine. Now 1,000 other voices choose the reason and the right. If I could only find my own, then I'd be fine. If I could only find my own, I'd be fine. Thank you so much. Good health to you all. I hope you keep safe and well and happy, and I will see you again. Goodbye.
That was just mesmerizing. You just go from strength to strength, and I really want to see you again in the flesh very, very soon. You've probably noticed that our times have slipped a little bit. We weren't certain about the length of some of the videos and when live streams were happening and so on. So our original program was fairly well guesswork. So we've slipped a little bit and we're a bit later than we expected to be. But don't worry, we can fit everything in. Our next artist is a professional busker. He took to the streets about 7 or 8 years ago and travelled extensively in the UK. But then he decided that he would like to go further afield, and he decided to try and busk in every EU country. But he went even further. He went into Eastern Europe and toured all the Scandinavian countries. He had a fantastic time, and he published this book, which is called Busking Beyond Borders, and this CD collection of songs that he wrote about and during his travels. The book is fascinating. It's at times poignant, it's at times hilarious, but it's extremely entertaining. And even if you're not interested in music, you'll have a terrific read. And the CD also has got some smashing songs in it. I'm sure you're going to hear some of them in his set. So you may well have seen him performing in your hometown on the streets, but we're delighted that he's part of our lineup. And welcome, please, David Fisher.
Good evening and welcome to Folkin Digital. My name's David Fisher. I'll be doing the next set. It's a real pleasure to be alongside such great names in the folk world. So I hope you've been enjoying everything so far, and I hope you'll continue to enjoy it. And remember, if you are enjoying it, then please consider making a donation using the links provided. It's all to raise money for the Crescent Theatre. It's a good cause. They've been struggling a lot recently for obvious reasons. So please help to keep the Crescent Theatre going. I'm going to kick off with a song called People Say, which is a song from my album Busking Beyond Borders. It's a song about busking and travelling, which is something I do a lot of. This is People Say.
People say to make a house a home, plant your roots in the earth and stay till you're old. People say to make your house a home, but I don't see things this way. Not even when these people say I want to travel the world, that can be my home. People say to get a 9 to 5, get something for yourself, that's the goal. People say to get a 9 to 5, but I don't see things this way. Not even when these people say I want to play on the streets and see the smiles on the faces. Success is weight in gold, and the strivers will work every hour they're told. People say success is weight in gold, but I don't see things this way. Not even when these people say, a wise man once said, success is doing what you love. People say you have to settle down, take yourself off the shelf and stop shopping around. People say you have to settle down, but I don't see things this way. Not even when these people say I'm not looking for love, but if I find it, well, that's okay. I'm not looking for love, but if I find it, well, that's okay.
That was People Say. The Busking Beyond Borders project was a book and album that I released a couple of years ago. I spent about 3.5 years travelling my way around Europe, including every country in the EU, because let's do that while we still can. And the book came out, I released an audio book recently. All my work was cancelled during lockdown. So making a living as a busker, it was a little bit tricky, but so during lockdown I decided to record an audiobook, and that was so that's available on Audible and Amazon. Sorry, I know they're evil, but they do make it very easy to release audiobooks. The next song I'm going to play is a child ballad called Geordie. It's a rather beautiful song, I think, and here goes.
As I walked down over London Bridge on a misty morning early, I came across a fair young maid, the life of her Geordie. Oh, saddle me a milk-white steed, bridle me a pony. I'll ride down to London town to beg for the life of me Geordie. As she strode down the courtroom steps, the poor folks numbered many. 100 crowns she passed around, saying, pray for the life of me Geordie. For he never stole a mare or steed, he never murdered any. If he shot one of the king's wild deer, it was only to feed his family. And she walked down the marble hall before the judge and the jury. Down on one bended knee she fell to beg for the life of her Geordie. For he never killed, he never slew, he never murdered any. He never injured any of you. Can't you spare me the life of me Geordie? Well, the judge looked o'er his left shoulder. He said, I'm sorry for thee. My pretty fair maid, you've come too late. He's been condemned already. But 6 pretty babes I had by him. The 7th one lies in my belly. And I would bear them all over again if you'd spare me the life of me Geordie. Your Geordie will hang on a silver chain, such as we don't hang many. For him to lie in a coffin, pray for your 6 fine sons to carry. Well, I wish I had you in a public place, the whole town gathered around me. With my pistol and my broadsword too, I'd fight you for the life of me Geordie.
That was Geordie, and a cheery number that, of course. And from one murder ballad to another one that I wrote. The next one is called The Rose of Torida. And this came about while I was in Latvia, and I came across there was an art exhibition that told the story of the Rose of Torida, which is the area that I was in, and it seemed like the sort of story that was ripe for a good old folk song. It's quite grisly. Most of the people die, hence the reason why I thought there should be a folk song written about it. And the chorus goes, this is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the Rose of Torida. And I wrote the chorus before I wrote the tune, and the tune isn't really a ballad. But never mind, I kept the same lyrics because it just sort of fits, really. So that's the reason for that. It does involve a change of harmonica here from my harmonica holster, as you can see. And then I usually finish off the Rose of Torida by playing my favourite Irish reel, The Musical Priest. So I'll do that again today. So the song is set in the early 17th century. And of course, the Rose of Torida, also known as Maya, is a very beautiful young woman, which is always the case in folk songs. They're either very, very beautiful or so physically repulsive that it takes several verses to explain how repulsive they are. And in this case, Maya was very, very beautiful. This is The Rose of Torida.
Troops they came to raise the town in the year 1601. Among the dead a fellow found a lonely little one. Took her in and brought her up as if she were one of his own. Among the town her beauty it would mark her out alone. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida. Victor was a gardener, he worked among the grounds. At night they'd meet in secret, away from the city sounds. He promised her that they would wed, but little did he know that another man named Adam had his eyes on pretty Rose. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida.
Sorry for the dog there. It's okay, Monty.
Adam asked the question and young Maya did refuse. She told him of the gardener to whom this man would lose. So Adam penned a letter in the gardener's own hands, lured her from her safety to a hollow in the lands. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida. Maya found that she was tricked, she promised her own mind. She would rather die than break a vow, she would leave her love behind. The silk red scarf she placed upon, and to Adam she did say, if you cut me now, this scarf will mean I'll live another day. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida. Adam was a foolish man, he believed in Maya's tale. He struck her dead, fled the cave, for he knew he did face jail. Victor found the body and was blamed for the maiden's death. At the trial it said that it was he who had her final breath. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida. But a friend of Adam testified and brought his oath to bear. So our villain was convicted and the noose was his to wear. The gardener lived a quiet life as he pined for his only rose, and then beat Adam deep in the ground, for he didn't share these words. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida. This is the ballad of poor Maya. She was the rose of Derrida.
That was The Rose of Derrida, followed by The Musical Priest, with some accompaniment there from Monty the dog. I don't know how much you could hear of that through the microphone, but he was a little bit distressed at poor Maya's plight, or perhaps just at the slightly louder guitar playing in that bit. It's difficult to tell. He's a dog, so it's not easy. And you can't see him. So if you're thinking, oh, he's this big scary guard dog or anything like that, it's nothing like that. He's a tiny little Bichon Frise. I wouldn't say boo to a goose. He does bark at them though. The next song is called The Lofoten Islands, and again, this is the next one will be from my Busking Beyond Borders album. And this song was written while I was in that area in northern Norway. It's an absolutely stunningly beautiful place. It really is. And I spent about a week or two just hitchhiking up the main road there. Ended up at a little festival, music festival, that I just met someone who was going there. And on this island, which was about a population of about 600, I think, which increases significantly at the festival time. And I'd recommend going to anyone. It's, I mean, over the winter they've got the Northern Lights, which I didn't see because I was there over the summer. But over the summer, it's they've got the 24-hour sunlight. So you're just sitting on a beach, just watching the sun creep along the horizon at 1 or 2 in the morning. It's wonderfully surreal and a beautiful place. So this is a song I wrote about my time there in the Lofoten Islands. And this is a bit of a slower one, so hopefully it won't disturb Monty too much.
Took a train up from the west, overnight going past the woodlands. The mist rising up from the lake, like ghostly figures in the night. The sun never goes down in these parts, it hangs in the air. And the glassy marble water floats slowly by on my way to the Lofoten Islands. Caught the boat from Buddha up to the mountains and the islands. And it was there that I met young Solga out on the deck. Stayed with her way past my stop, and we headed for Feroy to sit by the bonfire under the midnight sun. Spent the night together and said that it was meant to be. We were drunk on the magic and the beauty of the night as the sea crashed o'er the rocks. Of the Lofoten Islands. Sorga and I parted ways, she would stay and I would leave. And though we'd never see each other again, we knew that it was perfect. I packed my bags and I headed for the north. Camped out by a peaceful lake where the only noise was the birds up in the sky. Hitched up to Hauckland Bay, long winding roads by the coast, while the snow-capped peaks remind you it's an Arctic summer. In the Lofoten Islands. In the Lofoten Islands. In the Lofoten Islands.
That was the Lofoten Islands. As I say, from my from the Busking Beyond Borders album. I think we'll go back to a traditional folk song next, and this involves a retune to Dadgad for the guitar nerds among you. If you go to see a folk gig at a folk club, I think generally, if you're doing a pie chart of what you're actually seeing, you probably get about 50% of the time is people tuning up and tuning down and retuning. 30% is the artist telling you who else has done this song and how and when. About 10% of more backstory about the song, and there's about 10% of the actual music. And I say this with great affection. I do miss folk clubs. They've been hit particularly hard recently as well, actually. Partly because of the average age of a lot of people who go to folk clubs. It's most of the people who go to folk clubs these days will probably be having to shield and things like that. And also because if you're in a small room indoors, unfortunately, there's not an end in sight to when they'll be able to come back. So hopefully, when this is all over, folk clubs will be able to resume. I know a lot of people, including myself, who miss them greatly. That is absolutely not the right tuning here. Hold on. I've completely lost where I am here. But I'll introduce the next one. The next song is another ballad called Lord Randall. And this song was there's a sort of a very vague version of this song that done by Bob Dylan. The Hard Rain's Gonna Fall, and it's a very, very loose adaptation, but it's a brilliant version all the same. And there's all sorts of people who've done the folk version of this song. Oh, we're getting closer now. We're getting closer. I'm edging my way up towards the 50% target here of tuning up time. And that'll probably do, I think. We're almost there anyway. It's close enough. Yeah, that sounds all right, doesn't it? So this is Lord Randall.
Oh, where have you been, Lord Randall, my son? Where have you been, my sweet little one? I have been in the greenwood, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, who did you meet there, Lord Randall, my son? Who did you meet there, my sweet little one? I met with my sweetheart to make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what did she give you, Lord Randall, my son? What did she give you, my sweet little one? She gave me some meal to make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what colour were they, Lord Randall, my son? What colour were they, my sweet little one? They were speckled and speckled, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. They were strong poison, Lord Randall, my son. They were strong poison, my sweet little one. You will die, oh, make my bed soon, for you're sick to your heart. Oh, what will you leave your sister, Lord Randall, my son? What will you leave her, my sweet little one? My hounds and my horses, oh, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what will you leave your brother, Lord Randall, my son? What will you leave him, my sweet little one? My hawks of the air, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what will you leave your mother, Lord Randall, my son? What will you leave her, my sweet little one? My gold and my silver, oh, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what will you leave your father, Lord Randall, my son? What will you leave him, my sweet little one? My house and my lands, oh, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down. Oh, what will you leave your lover, Lord Randall, my son? What will you leave her, my sweet little one? A rope for to hang her, oh, make my bed soon, for I'm sick to my heart, and fain would lie down.
That was Lord Randall. And again, a nice cheery ending. And now we need to tune back into normal tuning, which hopefully will be a little bit smoother than the previous retuning. The next song I'm going to sing is a song called 11 Days. And this is a song that I wrote about the Armenian Revolution of 2018, which I was very privileged to be there for. I moved to Armenia to join a Celtic folk band in March of that year, I think. And a few weeks after I arrived, they had a revolution, which was rather wonderful, actually. It was a very positive revolution, getting rid of a autocratic regime that had been in power for far too long, and completely peaceful. There were, I believe, no deaths at all, and it was all just people marching in the streets and shutting things down, and civic disobedience. And it worked. It was about, I think it was 11 days from the from the first protests in Yerevan, the capital, first noticeable protests there, until the Prime Minister was forced to step down. And so I wrote a song called 11 Days, and this is it. So there's little bits of Armenian in here, and I'll just explain what they are. So we have Kaila Ramaji Sajin, which was the chant that was mainly used, which means take a step, reject Serge. Serge Sargsyan being the former Prime Minister and subsequently President. So that was the chant that was being used. There's Hayastan, which is Armenian for Armenia. There's Hakhtanak, which is Armenian for victory. And I put it to the tune of King of the Fairies, well, roughly anyway, because that was one of the tunes that we used to play as part of this Celtic folk band called the Windrose in Armenia. So this is 11 Days.
Started out with hundreds and no one dared believe the ghosts of 10 years previous weighed heavy on their minds. But the more that the authorities insisted they did leave, the more that the injustice burned away inside. The governments refused to hear the words of the afflicted and carried on along the path they promised they'd not tread. 10 days in, the opposition leader was indicted. But the marchers stayed true to their word that blood would not be shed. 11 days of revolution, 11 days of peace. Kaila Ramaji Sajin, Kaila Ramaji Sajin. Take a step, we'll all reject the leader who has always been the autocratic thief of all his democratic dreams. Man became a martyr and a hero of the streets. They marched towards the station to demand his swift release. Though this didn't come to pass, they still would not be beat. Throughout the day the numbers swelled and Serge could feel the heat. The army heard the cry and some they answered to the call. They joined the rank and file of the ones demanding change. Hopes begin to rise that the leader he would fall. The victory, the Hakhtanak, was now within their range. 11 days of revolution, 11 days of peace. Kaila Ramaji Sajin, Kaila Ramaji Sajin. Take a step, we'll all reject the leader who has always been the autocratic thief of all his democratic dreams. Came in that Serge had finally given up his power, and every man and woman flooded to the central square. Some say that as a nation this was their finest hour, a free and independent Hayastan could be declared. 11 days of revolution, 11 days of peace. Kaila Ramaji Sajin, Kaila Ramaji Sajin. Take a step, we'll all reject the leader who has always been the autocratic thief of all his democratic dreams. 11 days of revolution, 11 days of peace. Kaila Ramaji Sajin, Kaila Ramaji Sajin. Take a step, we'll all reject the leader who has always been the autocratic thief of all his democratic dreams.
That was 11 Days. And, 2 years on from the revolution, and things are still going pretty well. One of the leaders of the revolution was democratically elected in the first free and fair elections, really since the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were some teething problems, of course, but things are going very well indeed. So a big congratulations to the Armenian people for what they managed to do there. I think it was a phenomenal achievement. We're coming towards the end of my set now, and it's been very enjoyable. I hope you've enjoyed it too. Always feels strange these online concerts. It feels strange doing them when you've got no audience, but well, you can. There's that old phrase, isn't it? Yeah, no one watching but one man and his dog. I haven't even got the man, just a dog. But hopefully there'll be a fair few of you watching now. This is all, of course, pre-recorded, so I've got no idea. By the time that this is actually released, hopefully I'll have moved to Greece by then for a new adventure. But I'm going to finish off with a song that I wrote quite recently, actually. It's the most recent song I've written. It's a song called Our History. And I wrote this song because, well, it seems to be a worrying trend, a rising trend of nationalism and things like that. And I think a lot of that is down to the fact that we don't feel connected to our own roots anymore. And I think it's a shame that we have this idea now that being connected to your own roots means the rejection of other people's. And I don't think that's true, and I don't think that's ever been true. And so I wrote this song about how we should strive to feel connected to our own roots, but also welcoming everyone else at the same time, and how those two things are in no way mutually exclusive, and in fact help to encourage each other, I think. So this is a song called Our History, and it will be my last one. Thank you very much to the Crescent Theatre and to Francis Mallon in particular for getting this all organised, and please do stick around. There's some great acts on this bill. Really, really excited to be a part of this. And as I say, if you've been enjoying it, then consider a donation using the links provided. Money will be going to a combination of the Crescent Theatre and all the artists participating today. And I've been involved with the Crescent for many years now, and it really is a wonderful place, and it deserves all the help it can get. So this is Our History. There we go.
What is our name? And where do we come from? What is our history? And where do we belong when we are told that the only thing worth knowing is the family tree of a family who have never had to fight for their rights? When Peterloo is a remnant of an old forgotten past, yet Henry's wives are taught in each primary school class, when Wat Tyler is a footnote and the peasants are ignored. But we know all about the kings and queens, the ladies and the lords. What is our name? And where do we come from? What is our history? And where do we belong when we are told that the only thing worth knowing is the family tree of a family who have never had to fight for their rights? And we'll go on rejecting others if we don't know who we are. We'll go further down that road, but it's time to turn around. Hatred multiplies in ignorance and in lost identity. So it's time to decide on what we want to be. It is time to make a choice of strong community. When the diggers are all buried deep beneath what we are taught, while the owners tell the tale of the lands that they bought, 200 men in Hartley are unknown to us today, but Victoria lives on in statues and in name. What is our name? And where do we come from? What is our history? And where do we belong when we are told that the only thing worth knowing is the family tree of a family who have never had to fight for their rights? And we'll go on rejecting others if we don't know who we are. We'll go further down that road, but it's time to turn around. Hatred multiplies in ignorance and in lost identity. So it's time to decide on what we want to be. We'll go on rejecting others if we don't know who we are. We'll go further down that road, but it's time to turn around. Hatred multiplies in ignorance and in lost identity. So it's time to decide on what we want to be. It is time to make a choice of strong community.
That was our history, and I've been and will continue to be David Fisher. So if you've enjoyed what you've heard, then you can find my website, davidfishermusician.com. Links to all the albums and the books and everything like that there. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoy listening to the rest of Folkin Digital. Good evening.
Thank you, David Fisher, for a great set. And I hope you're able to resume your travels very, very soon and entertain people all around the world, hopefully. Now, for the remainder of Folkin Digital, it's women all the way. So, away you merry lassies. Three very contrasting styles are coming up for you. And we begin with someone who won the Scots Singer of the Year at the MG Alba Scots Traditional Music Awards in 2018. She's arguably the finest singer of Scottish ballads on the current scene and is blessed with one of the purest voices that I've ever seen. I think that she has an immense depth of knowledge of the traditional music that she performs and is able to speak about it so eruditely. It's a great pleasure, but a heart in the mouth moment as we try to link directly with Iona Fife, who I think is an Aberdeenshire. Is that right, Iona?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's delightful.
I can also hear myself.
Okay, it's delightful to have you with us. I think when you performed at the Crescent a couple of years ago, I was actually rehearsing for another show at the time, so I didn't manage to see very much of your set, but I heard you warming up and it was an absolute delight. So it's a great, great pleasure to have you live with us tonight, and I'm looking forward to your set. Tell us what you've been doing during the lockdown period.
Oh, well, during lockdown, I was supposed to be in America, in Australia, in Sweden, Germany, Denmark. It was supposed to be my busiest year yet because I just graduated for the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland last year. So this is my first year being a musician, being a student at the same time. So when lockdown came along, I was really like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? So I decided I'd make a Patreon, which was really fun. I'm still doing it. I did a few live streams. I'm doing a live stream next month, but not of folk music, of musical theatre songs that was supposed to be at the Fringe. I've done a lot of teaching online, kind of lecture-based talks about the ballad tradition. Oh, just a wee bit of everything. It's actually been quite nice to have space to do different things. So that's what I've been up to.
Well, you've kept yourself pretty busy, it sounds. Anyway, it's a great, great pleasure that you're joining us tonight in Birmingham and all around the country, and I'm really looking forward to your set. So over to you, Iona.
Oh, thanks for having me. So I better actually start with a ballad, because you mentioned that I sing ballads, so I think it'd be silly of me to start with a contemporary song. So I'm from the northeast of Scotland, which is why you might be thinking, why does she speak funny? That's why. I don't mean to. So this ballad is called the Militif des Années, and we had a child ballad earlier, Geordie, that was wonderful. I've enjoyed everyone so much this afternoon. I've been sitting doing admin at my desk and just put Abdi on, and I would say that Kim's voice makes me nervous. What an amazing singer. So anyway, so good. What a great lineup, and Chris and Abdi else. Anyway, back to what I was going to do. Militif des Années, this is one of the child ballads that we got earlier. And the child ballads for Onody Disnaken are 305 that was collected by Francis James Child, the Harvard, the first ever professor of English at Harvard. But he didn't leave Harvard. He was an armchair scholar, and what he did was he got folk to send in manuscripts, and then he created the collection out of the manuscripts. And 91 out of 305 of his primary texts came from Aberdeenshire alone. So not Scotland, just a tiny region of Scotland. And that's where I grew up. And this ballad is one of them that, 11 miles from Huntly. Mill of Tifty's Annie is about Agnes Smith, who was killed in an honour killing by her family because she fell in love with Andrew Lamy instead of Lord Fyvie. And she died in January 1673, and people are still singing this song to this day. In the 20th century, the School of Scottish Studies showed that this was the most recorded ballad by female source singers. So I think everyone that sings this stands in solidarity with Agnes Smith or Annie. It's been recorded by the likes of Martin Simpson and heaps of folk have done it. This one, Mill of Tifty's Annie. At Mill of Tifty there be a man in the neighbourhood of Fyvie. He had a bonny daughter fair, and her name was Bonnie Annie. Her skin was like the springing flue that greets the rosy morning, and her innocence and graceful mien, her beauteous face adorning. Lord Fyvie had a trumpeter, his name was Andrew Lamy, and he hid the earth's tail when he heard, oh, Mill of Tifty's Annie. Lord Fyvie he read by the door, for to what sweet Tifty's Annie, and his trumpeter rode him afore, and his name was Andrew Lamy. Her mother cried her to the door, come here to me, my Annie. Did ye ever see sic a bonny loon than the trumpeter of Fyvie? Nathan, she said, that sigh and sair, 'twas a lass for bonny Annie, for she durst not own that her heart was won by the trumpeter of Fyvie. And the first time that this couple met, 'twas in the woods of Fyvie, and his handsome face and his fluttering tongue seen one here to Annie. But her father come to hear o' this, and a letter wrote to Fyvie to tell his daughter had been bewitched by his servant Andrew Lamy. When Fyvie had the letter read, he called for Andrew Lamy. Pray tell me if it is this you've been to Mill of Tifty's Annie. In wicked earth I've played nae part, nor thought the injured Annie, but it's honest love that's won here, oh, Mill of Tifty's Annie. But to Edinburgh he was sent, to practice tie wi' Annie, for they thought that she would soon forget her love for Andrew Lamy. And the next time that Lord Fyvie passed, he caught a sight o' Annie, saying if he'd come o' higher kin, I would mak ye my young lady. Says she, your lands are far and wide, and they are wondrous bonny, but I would not leave my dear lad for all the lands of Fyvie. None her father better wondrous sore, wi' cruel strokes and money, and he's broke her back across a stane, all for loving Andrew Lamy. Oh, mother, mother, mark my bed and lay my face defy me, for it's late I'll lie and it's late I'll die, all for loving Andra me. New people here, both far and near, me petty tafties are near, for I died for loving one pure lad, for loving Andra me. Melta Tifties Annie. So I'm going to carry on now with something that's not much more pleasant at all. This, I'm just going to get this to work, sorry. So the northeast of Scotland is home to so many ballads, but the people who carried the ballads were mostly the travelling community. And this song, I released an album called Away From My Window in 2018, and it was kind of inspired by the source singers like Stanley Robertson, Lizzie Higgins, Jeannie Robertson of Aberdeenshire, among others. And as part of that, I did some research at the University of Aberdeen and found some archive clips that I wanted to sample. So I'm going to let you hear Stanley Robertson speak about the ballad tradition. And then I'm going to sing a song that I got from the singing of an archive of Stanley Robertson. And the song is called Away From My Window, and it's not similar to the Joan Baez Away From My Window, My Love, My Dove. Oh no, this is much different. This is about a girl, well, if you listen to it, you think it's about, you know, someone's broken heart or unrequited love or something. But it's actually about a bank robbery. A girl and a boy rob a bank, and the girl is caught and she's in trouble, but the boy is let off scot-free. So yeah, this shows the strength of the Scots song tradition. So yeah, this is Away From My Window.
You've got a whole
Sorry, I'm going to begin that again. Right, Stanley Robertson.
The oral tradition, you've got everything. You've got a whole ancestry behind you, comes through you. If you would tell a story or sing a song, you are the vehicle by which a tribe comes through you. And all your ancestors are here to help you. My man teaching me used to say, when you sing a ballad, targeted bony, the darkle, the seek here in the ear, it travels with the great waves in the air. It's a chord in the bars and the stone and the wind and the trees with it. So when you take a ballad, you get to sing a ballad. You get into your rich film, every part of your body changes. And when you become all these characters, then once it's inside you, then you can't be good. It's best to shoot cars. She never said you'd be a great singer to be. She just wants you to feel the spirit. And then you can't be body.
Away from my window, do not enter in. Go away from my window, do not enter in. I will tell my dear brother of my terrible sin. Go away from my window, do not enter in. Go away from my window, take your form from my door, for my heart is sad and my spirit is blue. I will tell my dear father, it will soon break his heart, of my terrible sin, of what you took apart. Go away from my window, you have cost me such strength, for my heart is so low that I'm light in my life.
for she will understand. But I may well go to another strange land. Go from my window, do not bother me, for my sister, she told me of things that would be. She said when I met you, that day I would rue, for no good could come from a man such as you. Go away from my window, do not enter in. Go away from my window, do not enter in. Yeah, so that was a very high, too high, that version, of Away From My Window. So yeah, if you ever have kind of seen me live over the past, especially 2 years, then I work with a guitarist and a fiddler, and you will really not, you won't tend to catch me playing piano live at all. It's not really, I don't really feel comfortable doing it, but lockdown has kind of forced me to do it because a lot of the people that I work with are in different parts of Scotland. So it's been nice, but it definitely puts me out of my comfort zone. I very much like singing unaccompanied, but I also like playing with a band, just to make sure that I'm only singing and not doing anything else. So please forgive me. I'm going to do another one that the Robertsons sung, and this one's called The Fair of Balnafannon, and I don't know where Balnafannon is. I don't think a Balnafannon exists in Scotland at all. I think that this song is a fragment, and this song became The Braes of Balquhidder and then became Wild Mountain Thyme. Wild Mountain Thyme, very, very popular Scot song. But I believe that this might have been the Fair of Ballymoney, Fair of Ballymena, but I don't know where Balnafannon is. So yeah, it's just a fragmentary wee song. I was coming from a fair o' Balnafannon, when I met a winsome lass. She was as fair as the Annan. I asked her for she dwelt as we walked along together on yon bonny mountain side. She replied, among the heather, I will build my love a bower near yon pure crystal fountain, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. I will range the mountain side and the dark glen see weary, and return to my bower with the spoils for my dearie. I was coming from a fair, from the fair o' Balnafannon, when I met a winsome lass. She was as fair as the Annan. I asked her for she dwelt as we walked along together on yon bonny mountain side. She replied, among the heather. So just a small little fragment of a song. Yeah, so I'm going to carry on with a kind of contemporary song now. And this was written by Dougie MacLean. It's not Caledonia though, I promise I'm not going to sing that. But it was written by Dougie MacLean and Gordon Duncan, and it's called Charlotte. It's a pretty one.
To Carolina's green and gold, this way has found us. For times to come and for time that's growing old, the days roll around us, and we'll drink to the wild ones, to the laughter of the child ones, to the ones who have broken away, and we'll drink for their pleasure another Long Island measure, then fall into another new day. We wait for no one, we're howling at the moon and fate's destination. With heads on fire, we will play another tune until dawn's restoration. And we'll drink to the wild ones, to the laughter of the child ones, to the ones who have broken away, and we'll drink for their pleasure another Long Island measure, and fall into another new day. We may be lost, we maybe can't stand still long enough to believe it. We shave the cost and we'll wander on until it's our time to leave it. And we'll drink to the wild ones, to the laughter of the child ones, to the ones who have broken away, and we'll drink for their pleasure another Long Island measure, and fall into another new day. And we'll drink to the wild ones, to the laughter of the child ones, to the ones who have broken away, and we'll drink for the pleasure another Long Island measure, and fall into another new day.
And that's Charlotte by Dougie MacLean and Gordon Duncan. So, I need to kind of keep track of the time. Plenty time. So, just thinking, I really don't want to depress you all out, but it's kind of what I do. Sorry. This next one is called Take Me Out Drinking Tonight. It was written by Michael Mara, the Bard of Dundee, and he's written so many wonderful songs in this time, and unfortunately he's no longer with us, but yeah, he was just wonderful. And this one is called Take Me Out Drinking Tonight. I just love this song. It was whiskey and telling our tales, and when my shirt was clean, I was there to be seen. I had clean eyes, my smile never fails. All of my brothers I met on the way, they were drinking by night, they were drinking by day. What was sweet and was right? Honey, take me out drinking tonight. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. Blue belts and matches and stains on the table, and the sweet smell of the lashes goodbye. Mr. McEwen, you will be my ruin. I say, but I don't really mind. All of my brothers I met on the way, they were drinking by night, they were drinking by day. I restored to my eyes what was sweet and was right. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. I'm still smiling through, though there's stains on my shoes. The right is heavy and the left head is light. If it's left up to you, then I know what you do. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. All of my brothers I met on the way, they were drinking by night, they were drinking by day. I restored to my eyes what was sweet and was right. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. Honey, take me out drinking tonight. Okay, so that's like the only happy song that I'll sing. So yeah, I think I'll carry on with, I'll do another traditional ballad. There's many of them, I don't know what one to do. Okay, so yeah, in the northeast, a lot of stuff went down with the Gordons. I'm from Huntly, which is like between Aberdeen and Inverness, kind of just bang in the middle of nowhere, really. But the Huntly was like ruled by the Gordons, the clan Gordon, and they raped and pillaged. That's all that they did. And and they like to boast that they were well in with the court of Scotland and that they were all high up and all that, but they just set fire to people's houses all the time. And this is quite an old ballad. It's in England it's called Captain Carr for some reason, and in Scotland it's called Edom O'Gordon. And I think the reason is that Edom O'Gordon, this is a child ballad as well. So Edom of Gordon was the guy who gave the orders, and Captain Carr was the person who owned the House of Towie or Corgarth Castle. And it was a long-standing feud between the Forbeses and the Gordons, and they just decided to burn the castle down. So it's real life story. This did happen. So Edom O'Gordon. They all start the same. I have to remind myself. I grew up going to like ballad competitions hosted by the Traditional Music Song Association of Scotland, which has been going since 1966. And the first ever TMSA competition was in Blairgowrie or Kinross, and it was won by Sheila Stewart, the Stewarts of Blairgowrie. So a lot of history in these ballad competitions. So Edom O'Gordon. It fell about a martin last time when the wind blew shrill and cold. Cried Edom O'Gordon to his men, we mun draw to some hold. What hard, cried his merry men, what hard shall we gen to? It's to Towie's house that we mun ride and see on fairly dee. She thought it was her ain dear lord that she saw riding hame, but 'twas the traitor Edom O'Gordon that had nae sin nor shame. Come down, Lady Campbell, he cried, I and gie your house to me, or else this nicht I swear I'll burn ye and your bairnies three. I winna come down, the lady cried, for the laird nor yet for a loon, nor yet for any rank robber that comes for Auchindoun. The lady free the battlements, to a bullet she let flee, but it missed its mark wee Gordon, for it scarcely grazed his knee. Lady Campbell, the Gordon cried, that shot will cost you dear, and he has called to his ain jock to bring the faggots near. I winna come down, the lady cried, I winna gie up to thee, or else this nicht I swear I'll burn ye and your bairnies three. Then up and spak her youngest son, sat on the newest knee. Oh, open the door aye and let me out, for the reek is choking me. I would gie up my gout, she cried, my cellar and my fee, for a blast o' the whistling wind to blow this reek fae me. Then up and spak her youngest of her, she was beith chimp and small. O row me in a pair o' sheets, I am throw me o'er the wall. Lead out her in a pair of sheets, I threw her o'er the wall. But on the point of the garden sword, she got a deadly fall. Then Gordon turned her iron out, and oh, her face was white. I mechty spared that bonny face to be some man's delight. Oh, pity on yon fair castle that was bigot wi' stain and lime, and we for Lady Campbell herself burnt wi' her bairnies nine. Oh, 3 o' them were married wives, and 3 o' them were bairns, and 3 o' them were leal maidens, that nearly in young men's arms. Right, that was called Edom O'Gordon or Captain Carr. Yeah, so long ballad, not a happy ending. There's a theme here arising. Cool. So let's do something that's a little bit more contemporary. So I have this album here away from my window. It's all not with just me and piano, it's like a kind of folk band. There's fiddle, mandolin, double bass, guitar, pipes, melodeon. Timmy plays melodeon on it. He also plays guitar on it too, which is really exciting. Lots of different stuff going on, full of Scottish stuff, and some Southern English as well. And this one is called Dark Turn of Mind, and I recorded this within like 4 weeks in 2018. And it's more, there's a few Appalachian ballads on there that are okay typical to Aberdeenshire, so ones that travelled from Aberdeenshire to the mountains of America and they changed. So I thought I'd do it in English, and some Jean Ritchie songs in there, but it's titled after the brilliant Gillian Welch and Dave Rawlings song Dark Turn of Mind, so I'm going to play that for you just now.
Take me and love me if you want me. Don't ever treat me unkind, 'cause I've had that trouble already, and it left me with a dark turn of mind. I see the bones and the river, I feel the wind through the pine, and I hear the shadows are calling to a girl with a dark turn of mind. Ooh, ain't the nighttime so lovely to see? And all the night birds sing sweetly. You'll never know how happy I'll be when the sun is going down. Ooh, ain't the nighttime so lovely to see? Don't tell the night birds sing sweetly. You'll never know how happy I'll be when the sun is going down. And leave me if I'm feeling too lonely. Feel as the fruit of the vine. You know some girls are bright as the morning, and some have a dark turn of mind. You know some girls are bright as the morning, and some have a dark turn of mind.
A wee bit different there, Gillian Welch and Dave Rawlings, Dark Turn of Mind. So I'll do like one or two more. I'm trying to make sure that it's not sad songs, but I'm really struggling with that. I only seem to sing sad songs. I'll sing one that's by Gregory Alan Isikoff. He is a singer-songwriter from Colorado, but turns out he spent some time living in the northeast of Scotland at a place called Findhorn. And it's very interesting, this place called Findhorn. They have their own currency. They farm, they're kind of self-sustainable. It's like a little commune in the northeast of Scotland. I've never visited it, but apparently it's very exciting. So this one is called If I Go, I'm Going, and it's on this EP here that you can get from my Bandcamp or my website, but mostly on Bandcamp. There's more music on Bandcamp. So yeah, If I Go, I'm Going.
This house just holding secrets. God might change behind the bed. In a coffee can, I throw my necklace in, just in case I have to leave. I will go if you ask me to. I will stay if you dare. If I go, I'm going shameless. I'll let my hunger take me there. This house, she's quite the talker. She creaks and moans, she keeps me here. And photographs, no, I'm a liar. They just laugh as I burn her down. I will go if you ask me to, and I will stay if you dare. If I go, I'm going on fire. I'll let my anger take me there. Shingled cement, they're shaking. Back doors burning through. This old house, she's quite the keeper. Quite the keeper of you. And I will go if you ask me to. I will stay if you dare. And if I go, I'm going crazy. I'll let my darling take me there. If I go, I'm going crazy. I'll let my darling take me there.
If I Go, I'm Going by Gregory Alan Isikoff. So yeah, I think I will just do one more. But thank you so much for having me, Frances Mallon. Wonderful that you've put this together and have supported a venue that really probably needs the help right now, because I mean, without venues, well, we can't really do our job. So I think, you know, it's difficult for people to tour, but without great venues, it's going to be even more difficult. So we really do need to support our venues like the Crescent Theatre. And I've only been to Birmingham twice in my life, and one was for the Irish Festival, which I can't remember. and one was for one time was at the Crescent with myself and a Scots singer, Cameron Nixon, who went on to do really brilliant things. And we just had a lovely time, and I really, really hope that the Crescent can get lots and lots of support so that they can reopen healthily and that can not struggle. You know, that's the aim really, is to help our venues. So please do donate to the crowdfunder. I think it's either on the Crescent website or through their PayPal. There's 2 ways that you can do it, and the links are below. So yeah, thank you so much, and also to the wonderful musicians that were playing today. I've just had the loveliest afternoon doing some admin, drinking coffee, listening to everyone. Just so good, and it made me so nervous to sing because the quality was just like through the roof. And I was like, I have to go and sing now, and I was very nervous the whole time. So yeah, thanks so much to all the other artists who agreed to perform, because it's made my day anyway. It's really, really cheered me up. So yeah, I've got some CDs. They're not me and piano, I promise. They're like full band arrangement. They're on my Bandcamp or my website or whatnot. I've got a Patreon on the go too. Yeah, just whatever. It's all on Google. If you just put Iona Scotland singer, it might come up. So I'm going to finish off with an unaccompanied one, I think. And this one is, this one is called Health to the Company. And it was sung by Sheila Stewart. So yeah, it's like a parting song, but we're not parting yet. There's lots more music to come. You'll be entertained all night. So yeah, please do check me out on social media, on all the normal things. I usually just speak rubbish on Twitter, so probably Facebook is safer. Health to the Company. Kind friends and companions, come join me in rhyme. Let's drink and be... I've made a mess of that. Kind friends and companions, come join me in rhyme. And to lift up your voices in chorus we mine. Let's drink and be merry, all grief to refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to the company, likewise to my lass. Let's drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let's drink and be merry, all grief to refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to the wee lass that I love so well. For smile and for beauty there's name can excel. She smiles at me softly as she sits on my knee. There's no man in this wide world so happy as me. Here's a health to the company, likewise to my lass. Let's drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let's drink and be merry, all grief to refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again. My ship lies in harbour, she's ready to sail. God grant her safe voyage without any gale. And if we should meet again by land or on sea, I will always remember your kindness to me. Here's a health to the company, likewise to my lass. Let's drink and be merry, all out of one glass.
Let's drink and be merry, all grief to refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again. For we may or might never all meet here again. Thank you very much. I'm going to slide off here.
Thank you so much, Iona Fife. You had nothing to fear. Your voice is as beautiful as I remembered it, and you have graced Folkin Digital with a beautiful set, so thank you so much. It was great to have you. Now, our next artist is someone who I've known for probably about 10 years or so. I think about 8 years ago, she made her first appearance at the Moseley Folk Festival. I'm lucky enough to live in Moseley, and I'm within falling down distance of where it happened, so it's a great place to go. But Catherine appeared on the small stage quite a long time ago. And then she went off to university, and a few years later she appeared on one of the main stages, and by then her voice had blossomed and she'd become a more mature singer, and her playing style was just fantastic. Last year she supported the Chieftains at the Birmingham Town Hall, and Richard Thompson, no less, chose her as his support for his tour of Ireland. She also released an EP called Wolf, which is fantastic, and a single called Letters from a Travelling Man. And I've got a vinyl copy of it, and I think it's a limited edition, but I've got one, and it's among my treasured possessions. So it's a great, great pleasure to welcome the wonderful Catherine Priddy.
Playing some songs in support of the Crescent Theatre. It's a venue I played at a few years ago now. It's gorgeous, and it's not one I want to see disappear anytime soon. So if you can't afford to give generously today, please do. But either way, I'll be playing some songs, and I hope you enjoy them. A little disclaimer straight away. I am doing battle with my neighbours who are building the biggest shed known to man at the moment. I've been waiting for times when they're not drilling and hammering. This appears to be a brief respite. However, I may have to stop and start the video if they begin. So if you see a little cheeky cut somewhere in this video, that's probably why. So this is all the joy of home recording. I can't wait to be back at live venues again where there aren't people drilling the walls next door. So this first song is the title track from my debut EP called Wolf, which I released back in 2018 now. So yeah. My love, he chases moonlight over heath and over heather, overthrows the starlight as he hails the stormy weather. Eyes are like two pools of ink into which I seem to drown. Why is it I love him when his only pleasure's pulling me back down? Oh, down. My wolf will come by moonlight and he'll stay with me till morning, shiver in his stone embrace and watch the daylight dawning. When he leaves his shadow stains the hollow he has made. Now he is the devil's own, but oh my God, I only wish he'd stay. Won't you stay? Cause I shouldn't love you, devil man, I beg, be kind. Your words, they fall like ashes, and they're burnt inside my mind. is made of rocks, and no, I need him to be stable. His arms, they may be cold and hard, but they hold me like a cradle. Know that if I go with him, my soul he'll surely take. BC is an ocean, and I know I am the rocks on which he'll break. And he breaks, and I break, 'cause I know I love you, though you're everything I hate. And I've lost my heart to darkness, and I know that it's too late. I'm on my way, on my way. Thank you. So, what a year it's been, eh? I really miss gigging. I really miss gigging, and it is frightening to think that some venues might not be there when the world opens back up again for us. But it has been a real pleasure doing these kind of live streams and pre-records and things like that. It's brought me a lot of kind of solace, because I miss performing for people, and even whilst this isn't quite the same thing, it's nice to still feel like I'm able to make some music, and the support from people has been incredible as well. So a big old hug, social distance hug, to all of you who've been supporting musicians and venues during this challenging time. Cool, what should I play next? I think I'm going to play a couple of songs based on Greek myths. This first one is based on the story of Icarus. Many of you will know that story. It's the chap that decided he wanted to fly. So he made some wings out of feathers and wax. But unfortunately, he flew a little bit too close to the sun, and it didn't end well for him. Sorry to spoil the ending there for you. So yeah, I wrote this song as a kind of... it's based on that story, and it's more on the idea of always wanting more and not being satisfied with your lot, and how that isn't always the best way to live, I suppose. So yeah, this is called Icarus. Do you remember that night where you set me alight? Swore that the moon turned pale at the sight of us, melted away at the first light of day. Knew that I could never make you stay. And now your eyes are on fire with unearthly desire. Never content, oh, you keep aiming higher, leaving me breathless. I didn't expect this. You're holding the match at your own funeral pyre. Darling, even ocean waves must bow down to the shore. Oh, everything is limits, and you can't keep wanting more. Oh no. if someone had told you your plans were deranged. You're insane, all my hopes were in vain. There was only so long I could keep you caged. Well, I hope you are happy wherever you are. I hope you flew high and I hope you flew far. Pray and I hope that the landing is neat. Is it too much to ask? You fall on your feet. I can't always catch you if you fall. And oh, what a magnificent way to die. And I still love you, though I don't know why. You gotta stay, you are flying too near to the sun, and it's burning your skin. A faint distant cry, a bad dot on the sky, as you realize the trouble you're in. God, you're beautiful, radiant stain as you fall, and you fall. Oh, you fall down as rain. Oh, I'll catch you again. Thank you. I think the neighbours are now playing jazz in their garden. I don't know if you can hear that. I think I'm just going to keep going. Hopefully you can't really hear it. If you can, let's treat it like some little kind of fancy duet. This is the joy of living in central Birmingham. I've actually just moved out here because of Corona. Just various circumstances all came together to kind of force me to move out and move here. So yeah, it was a little bit quieter back where I was living, but that's okay. We're making it work. I really appreciate everyone's patience actually when it comes to these kind of streams and things. Lots of musicians and venues have had to overnight really kind of learn how to do this from home and suddenly become good at videos and recording and all these things that people weren't necessarily doing beforehand. So patience with the glitches and the neighbours playing jazz music is always much appreciated. Cool. So as I said, I was going to play a second kind of Greek myth inspired song, and this one is based on the story of Eurydice. And I won't tell you the whole story, but basically Eurydice ends up in the underworld after she dies, and her lover Orpheus comes down and tries to rescue her. And he's told he can have her back, but only if he walks out of the underworld without turning around to check to see if she's following him. And unfortunately, right at the last minute, he does. So he turns around just in time to see her getting sucked down into the underworld forever. So yeah, it's a really happy song. But yeah, again, a bit like Icarus, this song isn't kind of directly about the myth. It's more about the idea of having to kind of love someone even if you're not getting much back, and have to trust that someone is still with you even if they don't feel very present. So yeah, it's called Eurydice with a hint of jazz. You're darker these days, I thought you were sun. Stars in your eyes when your shirt is undone. Your skin is full moon, reflection of light. that sleeps in the daytime stays up most of the night. A black hole, my dear, a beautiful empty. You're sucking me dry and spitting out memories. It feels like we're fading miles away. Are you still there, love? Do you have nothing to say? See, baby, is that your sweet fretful? Oh, say something, anything, a howl or a call to the wilds of this wasteland, where blindly I blunder, shatter the silence, walking through me like thunder. Can't read your mind, I can't read your eyes when you're walking behind me. I trust that you'll follow me up to the end. I wish there was something to let me know you're still there. Still living, the sound of your pulse beat, cool or forgiven, a touch of your skin or a scratch down my spine. Oh, anything, anything to let me know you're still mine. Oh, first light of morning, a moment of still, a comma, a dash, a loaded ellipsis still. You sink under slowly, I knew you were only a shadow behind me. I loved you blindly. Thank you. Cool. So, the next song I'm going to play this was a song I released on vinyl, a little 7-inch vinyl just before Christmas last year. And so I managed to squeeze in a tour before everything hit the fan in 2020. So that was fun. And yeah, it's a little blue vinyl released on Static Caravan Records, which is great. And I filmed a music video as well around Birmingham, so if you check that out you might see some familiar faces, some other kind of Birmingham creatives and stuff were involved in that too. It's called Letters from a Travelling Man, and it's all about living kind of an unsettled lifestyle, I suppose, which I think lots of musicians can relate to, and certainly 2020 has been an unsettled year, so this feels like a good song for that. But yeah, it's just about living on the road and the kind of difficulties of holding down relationships and maintaining a kind of stable lifestyle in that sense. So yeah, it's called Letters from a Travelling Man. Dear darling, I've been travelling round the country with an urge I cannot take. But everywhere I go I think of home and hope the door remains the same. Oh, when you're travelling, landscapes change, the faces fade, no one knows my name. But in the nightly gloom I find the moon, and soon I hear your voice again. Oh, nothing's changed, I just wrote to let you know that it's time for me to go. Even though I wish I could remain, I won't be coming round this way again. Mama, won't you take this whiskey from me? I've been drinking far too long. Oh, the sun's too high, the road's too long, and I'm too drunk to know my right from wrong. And if I could, I'd find some land, we'd have a child, a baby on the lawn. But honey, I'm a travelling man, and I'll have up and left you come the dawn. So I just wrote to let you know that if I could I wouldn't go. Tell Mama I love her just the same, but I'm leaving on the 7:30 train. Honey, life can get a little lonely, living like a rolling stone. Oh, and sitting by my fire tonight, I must confess now I felt so far from home. Oh, one day, baby, I'll come home, I'll have you seated on my knee. But until that day, I need you to promise that you'll sit and wait for me. Can't you see that I need to know that wherever I will roam, there will always be a fire burning, waiting for your baby to come home. There will always be a fire burning, waiting for your baby to come home. Say that might happen, it's fine, I'm just going to gloss over it, purely professional here, none of that sort of nonsense. It all adds to the rustic charm of these home recordings anyway, right? We'll miss this one day. So the next song I'm going to play, moving swiftly on, is probably the newest one in my repertoire at the moment. I wrote it just before Christmas. I have got other songs I've been writing during lockdown, you'll be pleased to hear, but they're not quite fit for public consumption yet. So yeah, this is called Northern Sunrise. It's a working title, so feel free to suggest some better ones in the comments if you would like. And yeah, it's just a bit of a cheesy love song, really. We use the expression falling in love, but I was thinking one day that it doesn't really feel like falling at all. So there we go, Clinton cards, you can have that one on me. Smoke, rum and wildflowers. The sun will still. I'm scared of freewheeling, but I'm so sick of struggling uphill. Oh, give me an orbit that holds me whilst letting me spin. The distance is bitter, but the fruit tastes so sweet. And doubts swam away, but my heart has admitted defeat. I've come such a long way to be here, so please let me in. And we don't fall in love, we rise like the dawn, bend slow. Oh, I know this takes time, but I'll stay here tonight and go to the water and lie with our doors open wide as I share all my secrets. Oh, God knows I tried to resist you from the moment I kissed you one night. Near the sea, never dreamt you'd be drowning with me. I can hear you still sleeping, see the dawn through closed eyes. As I lie with you under a soft northern sunrise. There's no need to worry, we're taking this slow. Cool, we got through that one without any drilling. How much time have I got? Fab. Okay, I'm going to play a couple more songs if that's okay with you. I'll play this one next. This one I wrote after I visited the Isle of Egg off the west coast of Scotland. A beautiful place, absolutely stunning, amazing wildlife, beautiful nature, beautiful views, except that the day that we chose to go, which was for their Independence Day, because the island was bought from the local laird. I think at the time, this was their 25th anniversary, I think, and they were having a big party, so me and a couple of friends got a boat over there, and it was an incredibly stormy day. You couldn't really see anything a foot or so beyond the edge of the boat. We were going up and down. There was just a bottle of whiskey being circulated. And then suddenly we had bagpipes and the island emerged from the mist. And it was one of those moments where I thought, oh, got to capture this in song. And then, yeah, we had a great party that weekend, the party to end all parties. And it was just such a surreal weekend from start to finish. So yeah, I tried to capture the essence of Egg in a song. And it is called, unsurprisingly, the Isle of Egg. I recommend you go out there when it's safe to travel, safe to do so. Go up there and explore. It's absolutely stunning. If you wander over west where the hills lie all clothed in deep green, down to black seas where the seals slip unseen, and in the hour's sake of nowhere there's a boat that'll go there, bring whiskey for waves, and let the spray leave you clean. as she rises out of mist to the sounds of the pipes on her shores. They sing of men in a land with no laws, and by the dawn you'll be losing brain cells while you're bruising. They'll leave you reeling like gulls, and you'll come back for more. The night's all begun, but we're still holding on. My lips have turned blue and her hair was blue too. I've lost all my friends, blown my brains out to sea. I wake, you have smashed it, but I think you cracked me. The music won't end till we're all round the bend, and I can't feel my face, but in this sacred place, the high rocks surrounding us, thick mist enshrouding us, our own sacred isle, where the world can't get hold of us. And as we stagger back to boats that will tear us away from her shores, part of my heart and her harbour stays moored, and though she breeds bad behaviour, her beauty will save you if it's freedom you need. Then let the isle be your cure. Thanks. I'm just going to play a couple more, I think, judging by the time I have left. This next song is usually the one I end my set on. It's one of my oldest songs. It was on the Wolf EP as well. It's called The Old Tree. However, I think I'm going to end on a slightly bawdier ballad today, seeing as we are, well, for no reason really. I just feel like you deserve a slightly bawdier song. I want to leave you on a high. So yeah, I'm going to play one more of my kind of slightly slower songs, and then I'll end on a bit of a silly one for you all. So yeah, this is called The Old Tree. Actually, go a little bit higher. Smooth operation today, aren't we? You believed in a beauty that no one could see, as you hung like a star from my favourite tree. You said I fought for the sun, but I soon came to see that the light I was needing was standing with me. Oh, the light I was needing, she was standing with me. And in the young days we'd roll till we're golden with pollen, roll till the dawn, but those long days were stolen. Now I'm breathing in winter, she's freezing my bones, but the look in your eyes, love, is leading me home. Oh, the look in your eyes, love, oh, you're leading me home. And if your words, they float like a river, then I drown in all that you say. And if your eyes bore nothing but sunlight, then I'd wish every night to be day. Now the moon, she's gone missing, and the sky's looking bare. There's a wind on the hills and a rain in the air. This room's always felt empty, with no one else there. So the door's always open, there's a light on the stair. Oh, the door's always open, there's a light on the stair. Thank you. So yeah, I think I'm just going to play one more song, and it's a bit of a silly one. Thank you so much to Francis Mallon, to everyone at the Crescent Theatre for organising this. I really hope that I'll be able to see you guys in person at the lovely venue at some point. And as I said, if you can afford to give, please do. It's been such a stressful time for a lot of grassroots venues. So stressful. There's so much uncertainty. We still don't know when we're going to be able to gig again. So this has been such an amazing... doing things like this is a great support, both financially but also like for morale, because it's nice to know that people are supporting grassroots venues and things. I've got quite a few things coming up over the next few months, lockdown wise. I've got a stream that I recorded, a set that I recorded at the Symphony Hall coming out in October, also supporting venues, as well as hopefully some actual gigs, but we shall see how that goes. And I've got Philadelphia Folk Festival online coming up as well this month, so so stay in touch. My name is Catherine Priddy. I'm available on all social media platforms. I don't post pictures of my dinner too many times a week, so feel free to follow me. And I'm going to end on this last rather silly song called The Devil's Got Me Bent Over His Knee. Thanks for watching. Mama says life's a game, and if I want to win it, have to say my prayers and mind my P's and Q's. But I've often had an inkling there's no happiness in drinking. It seems to me it's far more fun to lose. Oh, you said I came in screaming like the devil, then I'll go screaming down to hell again, you'll see. 'Cause I may look good as gold, but I'm afraid my soul's been sold. The devil's got me bent over his knee. Well, I may not quite fit in within this family. Birds of a feather flock together, this is true. I may not be a bird, but I found myself my herd, and the black sheep are gonna trample you. Oh, mama, I found me wolf come, and he's darker than the night should ever be. And he dresses all in leather, and he's pierced to hell as well. Mother dear, what shall become of me? Well, he may have had his run-ins with the sheriff. Oh, my man is already married to the road, and they say that when they find him to the gallows they'll consign him, but goddamn it, I'll go with him when he goes. 'Cause I have no regrets for my living, got no concerns for my fate when I die. 'Cause I made this decision to live a life of hedonism. To hell by the grace of God go I, ooh, I. To hell by the grace of God go Thank you very much for having me. Thanks to Francis and all the lovely team at the Crescent Theatre, and I will see you all very soon.
Well, Thank you, Catherine. That was the exquisite performance of Catherine Priddy. And Catherine, if you're watching, I know you were double booked today. I see that you were at Folk East and performing live for the first time since lockdown. So I hope that went well. But if you've been able to tune in tonight to see some of Folkin Digital, that would be just wonderful. I wish you all the best for the future. Now, before our final act, I just want to say a few thank yous. First of all, I'd like to thank Andrew Lowry, the Crescent chairman, and the board for making this all happen and for giving it their support. I'm sure you will agree that technically this has been a great success, and that's down to a great team of people. First of all, our stage manager, Kevin Middleton, who has made sure we were all in the right place at the right time and making things all run very, very smoothly indeed. And then our technical team of Joe, Kristen, Charlie and Tom, who have really pulled out all the stops. This is all new for us. We've never done anything like this before, and I think they have done it superbly, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. You've been brilliant. I'd also like to thank a couple of DJs, Richard Wilford at BBC WM, who had a great couple of interviews with two of our stars on his drive time show on Friday, which was great publicity for us. Thank you so much for that. And to Matt Dudley from Black Country Radio, who interviewed Andrew Lowry and myself. And all of that helped to spread the word, and I'm sure we gained some audience from that. Obviously, I'd really like to give my heartfelt thanks to all the superb artists who have given their time to this project. They've all done amazingly well, and I'm so grateful to them for their efforts. And finally, I'd like to thank you for watching and listening, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And if you've donated, that's great, but if you can't afford it, that's fine. As long as you enjoyed the show, we're very happy here. So to our final act of the evening, I was at a Fairport convention gig at the Town Hall in Birmingham quite a few years ago, and their supporting act was our final act of the evening. She came on and I fell in love instantly with her voice. So much so that I raced up to her during the interval, bought her CDs, which I've got with me, Good Things Happen Over Coffee and Pour Me a Drink, which I listened to over and over again. They're absolutely exquisite. But at that gig, Fairport brought her on to sing with them, Who Knows Where the Time Goes. And I can honestly say she was at least as good as the great Sandy Denny, and that is a tribute. It was absolutely breathtaking, and just thinking about it sends shivers up my spine. It was so beautiful. Since lockdown, every Saturday evening at 8 o'clock, she does a request hour on Facebook, which is free to view. And so if you tune in at 8 o'clock on Saturday evening, you'll hear her sing from her front room, and it's always extremely entertaining. She gets a huge audience of between about 150 and 250 people are watching virtually every week. She's got a great fan base. She's performed all over the world. She is well regarded. In fact, none other than Nancy Griffiths described her as having the sweetest voice in England, and I wouldn't argue with that. For our final act of the evening, please welcome Edwina Hayes.
Hello and welcome to my Folkin Digital set. My name's Edwina Hayes and I'm very honoured to be closing the lovely day of music today. A big thank you to Francis for inviting me to be included and be involved in this wonderful event to help raise money for the Crescent Theatre and also for some of us who are playing. So very good evening, and I hope you've really enjoyed watching all the other brilliant artists. Big thanks to Kristen for putting it all together as well, and all the team. I'm coming to you from Driffield in East Yorkshire, where I live. I've been singing and playing for, getting on for 30 years now, which is quite a long time. And I'm going to start with a song by Richard Thompson. Last weekend would have been the Crockbridge Festival down in Oxfordshire, not a million miles from Birmingham, just down the road. And of course, along with so many other events, it wasn't able to go ahead. But here's to 2021 and everything being back to normal then, hopefully. And wherever you're tuning in from, wherever you might be watching, I really hope that you're okay and you're well and you're doing all right. So I'm going to start with this one, Galway to Graceland by lovely Richard Thompson. Well, she dressed in the dark and she whispered amen, and she was pretty in pink like a young girl again. 20 years married and she never thought twice. She picked up her bags, walked into the night, and silver wings carried her over the sea, from the west coast of Ireland to West Tennessee, just to be with her sweetheart. Oh, she left everything, from Galway to Graceland, to be with the king. Well, she sang Love Me Tender, 'cause that's the song she liked best. She had Elvis I Love You tattooed on her breast. When they landed in Memphis, oh, her heart beat so fast. She dreamed for so long, now she'd see him at last. And she knelt at his graveside day after day. Come closing time, they would lead her away, just to be with her sweetheart. Oh, she left everything, from Galway to Graceland, to be with the king. In the thousands that came from the whole human race to pay their respects at his last resting place. Oh, but blindly she knelt there, and she told him her dreams, and she thought that he answered, 'cause that's how it seemed. And when they dragged her away, it was handcuffs this time. She said, my dear man, are you out of your mind? Don't you know that we're married? See, I'm wearing his ring. I've come from Galway to Graceland, to be with the king. I've come from Galway to Graceland, to be with the king. Well, there we go, a bit of Richard Thompson to start things off. So what I thought I'd do is to alternate between some of my own songs and some of my favourites. So that was one of my favourites. And now I'm going to do one of mine. This is one called Leave a Light On For You. So I hope you like this one. A song about old flames. This is one I definitely used to sing at the Crescent Mondays when I used to come down. You could have had me for a song, 'cause my love was so strong. how quickly life moves on. How I wish I'd been brave enough to try and make you stay. It was so long ago, but I still love you so. And I thought that you should know that I'll leave a light on for We were too young and free to think things would ever change. Now it's easy to see how different it all might have been. You could have had me for a song, 'cause my love was so strong. Though the years have come and gone, I'll leave a light on for you. There we go. That was Leave a Light On for you. So I hope you're all okay if you're just tuning in. Very good evening, and thank you for tuning into my set, which I believe is the last set today of the Folkin Digital online festival organised by lovely Francis and his team. So I'm going to do your Bob Dylan song now. I love Bob, and this is one of my favourite Bob songs, and I learnt this last year. This is a song called Tomorrow Is a Long Time. And one of the things I know about this song is that Elvis covered it. It was the only Bob Dylan song Elvis recorded, as far as I know. But I think that's, that seems to be the case. And apparently Bob Dylan was really, really thrilled about that. So now Elvis recorded one of, speaking of folk, Elvis recorded The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, written by Ewan McCall, but Ewan McCall didn't like it. So I have heard that Ewan McCall was a bit of a miserable old git, actually, but great songwriter, but a bit of a misery gut. Anyway, how could you not be happy that anyone, I love it when anybody covers one of my songs, never mind Elvis. So this is Tomorrow Is a Long Time. It's just such a gorgeous song. Live today was not a crooked highway. Live tonight was not a crooked trail. If tomorrow wasn't such a long time, then lonesome would mean nothing to you at all. And only if my own true love was waiting, and if I could hear a heart softly pounding, only if she was lying by me, oh, I'd lie in my bed once again. I can't see my reflection in the water, and I can't speak the sounds to show no pain. I can't hear the echo of my footsteps, or remember the sound of my own name. Oh, and only if my own true love was waiting, and if I could hear a heart softly pounding, only if there's a beauty in that sunrise in the sky. But none of these, nothing else can touch the beauty that I remember in my true love's eyes. And only if my own true love was waiting, and if I could hear a heart softly pounding, only if she was lying by me, oh, I'd lie in my bed once again. There we go. Nice bit of bop for us there. So, gonna do one of my songs now again. This is called Bend in the Road, and this is a song I wrote with a wonderful Boo Hewardine. This is Bend in the Road. Good song for the present times, perhaps. So. When your feet are tired and your heart is heavy and you just don't know where to go, this is not the end, only a bend in the road. When you've been walking for days and you can't find your way, there's something that you ought to know. Oh, this is not the end, only a bend in the road. Bend in the road, bend in the road. You're gonna turn that corner, you're gonna lose that load, 'cause it's only a bend in the road. When the highway's cracked and you've been breaking your back and you've got nothing at all left to hold, this is not the end, only a bend in the road. Bend in the road, bend in the road. Oh, just like that river has to flow, has to flow. Keep going around that bend in the road. So when your feet are tired and your heart is heavy and you just don't know where to go, I tell you, my friend, it's only a bend in the road. This is not the end, only a bend in the road. There we go. That was a bit of Bend in the Road. And gonna do one by lovely John Prine now. This is one of my favourite songs, called Speed of the Sound of Loneliness. And I learnt this song from the Nancy Griffith album Other Voices, Other Rooms many years ago. Such a lovely song. Very happy Sunday if you just joined us. You come home late and you come home early. You come home big when you're feeling small. John Pine and Nancy Griffith there. So I hope you're okay. This is going so fast. It always goes so fast. I do a request hour at 8 o'clock every Saturday on my music page on Facebook, and it amazes me how quickly this hour just flies by. It's great fun. I'm up to week 17, which is amazing. So before lockdown, I don't even really like having my photo taken, let alone being seen on a video. So a whole new world of videoing. So oh, I just had in mind what I was going to play for you and I've forgotten now. What was I going to do for you? Oh yeah, this one. This is a song of mine. It starts with a chorus, and it's a song I wrote for my auntie Brenda when she was really poorly. So this is just going by the name of Auntie Brenda's song, but I think when I put it on my next CD it'll probably just be called Brenda's Song, because that sounds a little bit more grown up. Not too sure, but if you feel like joining in, it has a chorus that it starts with a chorus and the chorus comes around a few more times, so feel free to join in. Alright then. If you feel like playing along, actually, any folkies out there who like to play, very easy to play along with me. You do need a capo though, because I tend to put my capos on strange ones, like I like capo 1, capo 4, capo 3, capo 6. So this is Auntie Brenda's song. Your smile will keep on shining. Your light will never fade, 'cause you're a lady, such a lady, and love will lead the way. That's the chorus. We've been through some troubled years. go, bit of Auntie Brenda's song there, and I'm going to go on and do one by Cat Stevens now. This is one I learned as a request for someone recently, actually, and then I decided to keep playing it because it's just so nice to play, and I've always wanted to have a Cat Stevens song in my repertoire. Now I have, and this is Moon Shadow, so do feel free to join in with a bit of Moon Shadow. Leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my eyes, if my colours all run dry, yes, if I ever lose my eyes, oh, I won't have to cry no more. And if I ever lose my hands, lose my power, lose my land, as if I ever lose my hands, oh, I won't have to work no more. And I'm being followed by a moon shadow, sleeping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't moan and I won't beg, as if I ever lose my legs, oh, I won't have to walk no more. If I ever lose my mouth or my teeth, north and south, as if I ever lose my mouth, oh, I won't have to talk. Did it take long to find me? Oh, I asked the faithful light. Did it take long to find me? And are you gonna stay the night? I'm being followed by a moon shadow, sleeping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. I am aware that I got my eyes and my hands the wrong way round in the first part of that, but anyway, there we go. Bit of Moon Shadow by lovely Cat Stevens. So I'm going to do a folky one for you now. This is a song of mine called Irish Waltz. Just give a quick tune when you get up to the dusty end of the neck. The capo can make it sometimes go there. Look a bit out. Whoa, hang on. Very good evening if you're just joining us. Ooh. Look at that. Ooh, I think we've done it. Oh, wake up, my darling, the night is o'er. Dawn is falling on the valley below. Today you must leave for a far distant shore. Oh, wake up, the night is o'er. Hearts will be breaking by the harbor today. Children will be crying and mothers will pray. The sweethearts and fathers and sons sail away. spring. The drink will be flowing and the church bells will ring. There'll be money aplenty and the children will sing on that fine day you come home in spring. So wake up, my darling, the night is o'er. Dawn is falling on the valley below. Today you must leave for a far distant shore. Oh, wake up, the night is o'er. Yay, there we go. Oh, that feels better. All right then, so I'm going to move on to another cover now. I'm going to do one that you might know or you might not know, by Hank Williams. This is a song called I Can't Escape From You. Just quite an unusual, rare little one by him. I once bought myself a best of Hank Williams double album at a garage on the way home from the gig. I think it was only about £4, 2 CDs, and each CD had over 25 songs on. I think the first one had 31 and the second one had 28, and I was hopeful this song would be on it, but it wasn't. Anyway, see what you think of this. It was very miserable, but it's very short. All right. Excuse me. I've tried and tried to run and hide, to find a life that's new. But wherever I go, I always know I can't escape from you. A jug of wine to numb my mind, but what good does it do? The jug runs dry and still I cry, and I can't escape from you. These wasted tears are souvenirs of love I thought was true. Your memory is changed to me, and I can't escape from you. There is no end. I can't pretend that dreams will soon come true. A slave too long to a heart of stone, I can't escape from you. There we go, can't escape from you. So, all right then, I'm gonna do another one of mine now. This is one called Pour Me a Drink. Actually, I'm gonna have. So, this is for anybody who might be enjoying the Sunday evening. A glass of something really nice. This is a song that was inspired by my dad. Pour me a drink. what a story they tell. There was a time when I knew how to laugh, I drink to forget, but I remember it well. Pour me a drink, light me a cigarette, help me forget these things that I've done. Pour me a drink and pour me another one to keep out this cold wind that blows through my soul. So many promises, so many daydreams and plans, so many chances that had slipped through my hands. Oh, pour me a drink, light me a cigarette, help me forget things that I've done. Pour me a drink, go on, pour me another one to keep out this cold wind that blows through my soul. Keep out this cold wind that blows through my soul. Well, there we go. That was Pour Me a Drink, and it's unfortunately come to the last one. It's gone so fast. So wherever you are and whatever you're doing, hope you're okay, and thank you very much for tuning in. Going to stay on Capo 3 with this one. Now, this is actually another original one to finish off with. It's a song called Fare Thee Well, an old farewell, end of the night type song, and a parting song. And I wrote this with my friends Kate Bramley and Simon Howarth when I was in a trio with them called the Mile Roses a couple of years ago. So this might be a nice one to finish. Hang on a sec. Let's give it a little tune. So a big thanks for listening to me. Very big thanks to Francis and his lovely team at the Crescent for inviting me to play. Big thanks to Christian for putting it all together. So this is Fare Thee Well. It has a chorus as well. Yeah, so this, I'll start with the chorus so you can hear it. It comes about 27 times, does the chorus, so very easy to pick up. So this is it. Fare thee well, we must leave you, the night is at an end. Fare thee well, good night and adieu, until we meet again. So that's the chorus. You feel free to join in. Oh God, creaky chair, what a creaky chair. Oh, the evening is done, so we'll say goodbye, farewell to one and all. And our songs are all sung, we must bid you good night, and it's down the road we go. Fare thee well, we must leave you, the night is at an end. Fare thee well, good night and adieu, until we meet again. What a night it has been, full of friends and good enjoyed playing a few songs for you. Hope you've enjoyed it too. Thank you so much for listening, and have a lovely week, whatever you're up to, and I look forward to seeing you back at the Crescent next year. Fingers crossed. Bye everybody. Bye.
And fare thee well, we must leave you. That was the absolutely fabulous Edwina Hayes, bringing Folkin Digital to a close. We hope you've enjoyed it. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, but we'd like it even better if we're able to entertain you in our wonderful theatre. If you've got any feedback, the live chat will probably close when the show ends, but you can head over to the Crescent website where you can give some feedback to us. Let us know what you liked, what you think we could improve on, what you'd like to see in the future. But we really hope we'll be able to welcome you through our doors in great comfort and in great safety in the future. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks to all the artists. Thanks to the crew here. Good night from me, and hope we'll all see you soon. Blessed be everyone.